Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Kareth. The frost crunches beneath my claws as I move through the pre-dawn gray. Winter is coming. I can taste it in the air, sharp, clean, the forest preparing to sleep. The trees stand skeletal against the lightning sky, their bare branches reaching like the bones of my kind. It's beautiful in the way that all dying things are beautiful. Honest, inevitable. I check the northern boundary first. The scent markers I left 3 days ago are still strong, my claim written in blood and essence across the bark of ancient pines. Nothing has crossed here. Nothing has dared. This is my ritual. Dawn patrol, every morning without fail, tracing the invisible lines that keep us safe. The territory is vast enough that the circuit takes hours, but I know every tree, every stone, every hollow where prey might hide or threats might lurk. The forest is my fortress, and I am its only guard. My heart light pulses steady gold against my ribs, contentment threaded with possession. Back at the den, Elira sleeps, warm, safe. Mine. Everything I do for her. The world divides simply in my mind. Elira and everything else. She is the center. The rest is just threat assessment, calculating distances, reading signs, measuring danger against my ability to destroy it before it reaches her. It's not paranoia. It's practical. I move east, following the ridge that overlooks the valley. The hunger hums beneath my thoughts, always there. Always waiting, a low constant ache that defines what I am. It's manageable now. She fed me 2 nights ago, her blood warm and willing against my tongue, and the relief was profound enough to last days. But it never disappears completely. Just quiets, becomes bearable. I've learned to function with it the way humans learn to function with heartbeats, background noise that sometimes spikes into urgency. This morning it's quiet, a dull ember instead of a raging fire. The sun breaks over the mountains, pale and cold, painting the frost silver white. I pause on an outcropping, scanning the territory below. Everything is still. I freeze. The scent hits me like a fist. Waira. Foreign. Male. Close. My heart light flares white at the edges, gold bleeding into alarm. The hunger surges in immediate response, not for food, but for threat. My body knows before my mind catches up. Another predator, another apex creature in my territory. No, not in my territory. Near it. 5 miles, maybe less. I can cover that distance in 10 minutes at a full run. So can he. Elira is back at the den, alone, vulnerable. The territorial rage that rises is primal. Older than thought. This is mine. She is mine. Everything within these boundaries belongs to me, and anything that threatens that balance must be assessed, dominated, or destroyed. I don't think. I move. The forest melts around me as I run, taking the direct route rather than the careful patrol path. Trees whip past, frost exploding under my claws, the cold air burning in my lungs. The hunger sharpens into focus, not for sustenance, but for violence. My body preparing for what might come. The scent grows stronger, Definite now. Male, full-grown, healthy, powerful. And he's hunting. I slow as I approach, dropping into the silence that comes naturally to my kind. Skeletal frame moving like smoke through the undergrowth, each step placed with predatory precision. The sun is higher now, casting long shadows through the bare branches. There. I see him through the trees. He's smaller than me, most are, but compact, built for speed rather than overwhelming force. His heart light glows the same spectrum as mine, gold threaded with white, red pulsing at the core where the hunger lives. His horns curve back like a ram's, elegant and deadly. He's focused on something ahead of him. Hunting. I circle wider, keeping downwind, watching. The human never sees him coming. A man, middle-aged, checking traps in the forest. Alone. Foolish. The Waira moves like liquid shadow, one moment distant, the next on top of his prey. The kill is efficient, clinical. A single strike to the spine, then the feeding. Quick, necessary, without cruelty or hesitation. I watch without judgment. We are what we are. The hunger demands, and humans are prey. This is the reality we don't speak aloud but live with every day. When he's finished, he doesn't linger, doesn't desecrate the body or take trophies, just feeds and moves on, the red in his heart light fading back to gold as the hunger quiets. Professional, controlled, not a mindless killer, a survivor managing his curse the only way possible. He turns, and for a moment I think he sensed me. But no, he's just heading back toward his own territory. I follow at a distance, staying invisible. A quarter-mile away, I see her. Human woman, young, dark-haired. She's outside a small shelter, crude but functional, tending a fire. When she sees him approaching, her whole body relaxes. Relief, recognition, love. He goes to her without hesitation, and she doesn't flinch. Reaches up to touch the bone of his face, the gesture intimate and familiar. Speaking quietly, I'm too far to hear words, but I recognize the tone. Soothing, grounding, a keeper. I see it in the way his heart light steadies under her touch, the way his frame loses its hunting tension. She's feeding him something more than blood. She's feeding him peace, the same way Elira feeds me. I watch them for longer than I should, calculating, assessing. He's dangerous, fast, efficient, capable of violence. But he's not hunting Waira. He's not expanding territory. He's just existing, surviving, same as me. The woman, she's not a captive, not afraid. She's chosen this, same as Elira chose me. They're bonded, but that doesn't make him safe. It makes him predictable in some ways, unpredictable in others. A bonded male will do anything to protect his keeper. Anything. Which means if our territories overlap, if resources become scarce, if winter pushes prey into contested ground, he becomes a threat. I file the information away, building the threat assessment in my mind. Name, unknown. Distance, 5 miles or less north-northeast. Capabilities, speed, efficiency, controlled hunger. Weakness. Keeper bond makes him territorial, protective, possibly irrational. Variables to monitor. No sanctuary here. Just another predator maintaining his own borders, same as me. We can coexist as long as those borders stay clear. I turn away, retracing my path through the forest. The sun is fully risen now, the frost beginning to melt. The world waking up around me, birds calling, small creatures moving through the undergrowth. My territory, still mine, still safe. But the knowledge sits heavy in my chest. Someone else is close now. I run the distance back faster than I came, the need to see Elira suddenly urgent. 5 miles disappears beneath my stride, the forest opening before me like it knows I'm coming home. The den appears through the dense trees, our cave system, carefully chosen, defensible, hidden. Smoke rises from the entrance where she started the morning fire. And there she is. Elira steps out into the pale sunlight, wrapped in furs against the cold, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. When she sees me, her face transforms, worry melting into relief, then warmth. "You were gone longer than usual," she says, coming to meet me. I reach for her immediately, pulling her close, breathing in her scent. Human. Mine. Safe. The hunger quiets further at her proximity, recognizing what it needs. Not blood, not yet, but presence. Assurance. "Checking the far boundaries," I tell her, which is true. "Winter's coming. Wanted to make sure everything was secure." Also true. She leans into me, small and warm against my skeletal frame. Fragile in ways that terrify me, strong in ways that shame me. "Find anything?" she asks. I hesitate. Should I tell her? About the other Waira, the proximity, the potential threat? No need to worry her when there's nothing to worry about. He's not a danger, just a variable to monitor. "Nothing important," I say, and feel her relax. "Good. Come inside, I made tea." Tea. Such a human thing. Such an Elira thing. I follow her into the den, into the warmth and firelight, into the small, safe world we've built from blood and bone and desperate hope. But even as I settle beside her, accepting the cup she offers, I can't shake the awareness. 5 miles north, 10 minutes at a run, another predator, another male, another keeper bond that could complicate everything. I'll watch. I'll monitor. I'll make sure he stays on his side of the invisible line. And if he doesn't, I'll do what I always do. Whatever it takes to keep her safe. The winter gods are returning, and they always sell uncertainty.
Chapter 2. Elira. I wake to the pre-dawn grey, Kerith already moving. He's careful, trying not to wake me, but I always sense when he leaves. Some animal instinct that tracks his presence even in sleep. I keep my breathing steady, eyes closed, listening to the soft sounds of him preparing for patrol. The scrape of claws on stone. The rustle of him checking his weapons. The pause at the entrance where he always looks back. I crack my eyes open just enough to see his silhouette against the mouth of the cave. Skeletal frame, elegant and terrible. His heart light a soft gold glow against his ribs. He stands there for a long moment, making sure I'm safe, making sure nothing has changed in the night, then slips out into the darkness. His ritual, every dawn without fail. I lie still for a while after he's gone, letting the silence settle. The den feels bigger without him, colder, despite the dying embers in the fire pit. Eventually, I force myself up. The furs still hold a ghost of his heat. I wrap one around my shoulders against the chill and go to tend the fire. The embers glow sullen red, and I feed them carefully. Dried moss first, then kindling, coaxing flames back to life. The cave walls flicker with warm light, shadows dancing. This is my morning routine now. Wake to his leaving, tend the fire, make tea, wait for him to return. Safe, isolated. I should be grateful. I am grateful. I'm alive, fed, protected by something so dangerous that nothing else dares come near. The dark elves who captured me, who would have broken me piece by piece, they're a lifetime away now. Clay is gone, lost to whatever fate took him, and I've stopped searching every shadow for his face. This life Kerith has given me is a luxury I never imagined. But gods, it's lonely. I move through the morning tasks with practiced efficiency. There's a rhythm to survival, water to fetch eventually, food to prepare, furs to air out before winter truly settles. But first, tea. I have a collection now. Herbs I've gathered and dried, hung from the cave ceiling in careful bundles. Mint and bitter root. Something that tastes like honey when you steep it long enough. A purple flower that makes everything taste like spring. It's my small pleasure, my human thing. Experimenting with flavours, finding combinations that work. Kerith tolerates it, takes sips when I ask, sits by fires he doesn't need, make space in his ancient existence for my fragile human needs. He tries, for me. But he doesn't understand the craving for it. The way a good cup of tea, the ritual of making it, connects me to something I used to be. Human. I make myself a cup now, mint and the honey flower, and sit by the fire, wrapping both hands around the warmth. Steam rises, carrying the scent of summer in the dead of autumn. Outside, frost is creeping across the ground. Winter is coming. And with it, the long months of being even more isolated. Snowed in. Just us and the endless white silence. I finish my tea slowly, savouring it, then force myself to move. I need more herbs before the first real freeze kills everything. And I'm running low on the bitter root, the one that helps when my moon blood comes and the cramping gets bad. The stream will have what I need if I go now. Carith knows I do this, knows I forage, that I need to move, to have tasks beyond waiting for him. He doesn't love it, would prefer I stay in the den where it's safe, but he understands I'm not a thing to be kept in a box. I dress in layers against the cold. My good dress, the one I made from fabric I salvaged months ago, stitched carefully by firelight, and furs over top. Boots lined with rabbit fur, my gathering basket. I look almost civilized, almost like a woman with a life instead of a woman hiding in a cave with a monster. The thought isn't bitter, just true. I step out into the morning, and the cold hits immediately. My breath fogs white. Frost crunches under my boots. The world is grey and still, waiting for Solis to crest the mountains. Beautiful, in the way dying things are beautiful. I know the path to the stream by heart now, down the ridge, through the pine grove, over the fallen log that serves as a bridge across the ravine. It takes maybe 20 minutes, and I'm careful, always watching, always listening. Even with Carith's protection, the world is full of things that could kill me. The stream runs fast and cold, fed by mountain snow. It won't freeze for another month, maybe 2. I kneel at the edge, basket beside me, and start searching the banks for what I need. Bitter root grows near the water, its leaves distinctive even this late in the season. I dig carefully, harvesting just enough, leaving the rest to regenerate. Mint grows in thick patches where Solis reaches through the trees. The honeyflower is harder to find, but I spot a few late bloomers and take them carefully. This is meditative work. Quiet, just me and the sound of running water and the forest waking up around me. I used to have this with Clay. We'd forage together near our village, talking, laughing, making a game of who could find the rarest plant. He always won, had an eye for it, a patience I lacked. I wonder if he's alive somewhere, if he found safety, if he thinks of me. I wonder if I'll ever stop wondering. The sound of movement freezes me mid-reach. Not animal. Human. I'm on my feet instantly, heart hammering, scanning the trees. My hand goes to the knife at my belt, small but sharp enough to matter. And then I see her. A woman steps out from the pines on the opposite bank, and we both freeze. Just staring. She's young, early 20s maybe, with short blonde hair that catches the weak sunlight. Petite, smaller than me by half a head, wearing a dress that's seen better days but is clean, cared for. Her skin is so pale it's almost translucent, like she never sees Solis. We stand there, the stream running between us, both of us poised to run. She finds her voice first. "I like your dress," she says, and her voice is soft, careful, warm. "The stitching on the collar, did you do that yourself?" The compliment hits me like a physical thing. Human words, human observation, human kindness. I'd forgotten what it felt like. Yes, I manage. "Thank you. It took a while." "I can tell. It's beautiful." She smiles, tentative, and it transforms her face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I come here for water sometimes. I didn't know anyone else." Me too, I gather herbs. I gesture helplessly at my basket. For tea. Tea! She says it like the word is precious. I try to make tea. Mostly it tastes like dirt. I laugh. I can't help it. You're using the wrong plants. Probably. She grins, and some of the tension eases. I'm not very good at the fancy kinds, or any kinds, really. We stand there in the morning cold, the stream between us, and something passes in the silence. Recognition. Kinship. She shifts her weight, glances down at her own basket. I'm trying to figure out how to get bloodstains out of linen. Do you know? I've tried everything and I just make it worse. And just like that, the wall breaks. Cold water, I say immediately, stepping closer to the bank. Hot water sets the stain. You have to soak it cold first, then use salt. Salt? Her eyes widen. I've been using soap directly and scrubbing until my hands bleed. That makes it worse. The soap binds the blood into the fabric. I'm talking with my hands now, animated. Cold water first, salt to draw it out, then soap. What kind of fabric? Linen. My dress, my only good one. She makes a face. Well, it was good. Linen's easier than wool at least. Wool holds everything. I grimace. I ruined a good tunic trying to clean blood out of wool. Eventually I just burned it. She laughs, bright and surprised. I've done that, more than once actually. Sometimes it's just easier to start over. Exactly. The relief of being understood, of someone getting it, makes me almost giddy. And don't even get me started on mildew, living in caves. Oh gods, the mildew. She groans. Everything smells like mushrooms no matter what I do. You have to air things out constantly, even in winter, and keep them off the ground. I hang everything from the ceiling now. That's brilliant. I've been using flat rocks and wondering why nothing dries properly. We're both grinning now, talking over each other, sharing the tiny domestic victories and failures that make up our strange lives. What about dye? She asks. I've been trying to make my clothes less grey, but everything comes out looking muddy. What are you using? Berries mostly, and some bark. I shake my head. Berries fade too fast and bark is tricky. You want roots. Madder root for red, woad for blue. There's a yellow flower that grows near the ridge. I think I've seen it. Little clusters. That's the one. Boil the flowers, soak the fabric overnight. It's not vibrant, but it's better than grey. Can you show me? She stops herself, suddenly uncertain. If you're willing. I don't want to impose. No, I'd love to. I pause, aware of how desperate I sound. It's been a while since I talked to anyone human. Her expression shifts. Understanding. Relief. Me too. We stand there, and the admission hangs between us. A confession. A truth we've both been living with alone. She breaks the silence first. Do you know anything about soap? I keep trying to make it from ash and fat, but it always comes out too soft. Like slime. You need more ash, I tell her. The ratio is hard. Too much fat and it won't harden, but too much ash and it burns your skin. I've definitely done that. She holds up her hands, and I can see the raw patches on her palms. Thought I was just bad at washing. No, that's lye burn. You need... I stop, thinking. I could show you, if you wanted. I've got a batch that came out right. You could see the consistency. Her face lights up. Would you? I've wasted so much fat trying. Of course. The words come easy, natural. I gather herbs here every few days. We could... Meet again? Yes. We smile at each other, and it feels like conspiracy, like we're girls planning mischief instead of two women surviving in the woods with monsters. I look down at my basket, suddenly remembering why I came. Oh, here. I pull out some of the honey flower. For tea, steep it long and it tastes sweet. You don't even need honey. She takes it carefully, like I've handed her gold. Really? What about for headaches? I get them sometimes, really bad ones. Willow bark works, but it upsets your stomach. I search through my basket. There's another one, grows near wet rocks, has little white flowers. It's better. I think I've seen that, near a waterfall maybe half a mile upstream. That's the one. I'm excited now, sharing knowledge, being useful. You can dry it, keep it for winter, take a lot now before the freeze. What about for moonblood? She lowers her voice like it's secret. The cramping gets so bad sometimes I can barely move. Bitter root. I show her the distinctive leaves. It's not pleasant, tastes awful, but it works. You dig near water but don't take it all. Leave most of it or it won't come back next year. I've just been suffering through it. She shakes her head. Thank you. This is so helpful. I know other things too. Different plants for different problems. We could trade knowledge. When we meet again. I'd like that. She's smiling, really smiling. I'd like that a lot. We stand there, the stream running between us, and I realise my cheeks hurt from smiling. When was the last time I smiled like this? Really smiled, not just the soft expressions I give Kerith. She shifts, glances at the sun climbing higher. I should go. Before... She stops, and I understand. Before her Waira comes looking. Me too, I say quietly. We start to turn away. Then she pauses. Looks back at me with something careful in her eyes. I sense... She hesitates, starts again. I sense that you lie with a night creature, like me. The relief that floods through me is dizzying. The secret I've been carrying, the strange reality of my life. And she knows. She understands. Yes, I breathe. Yes, I do. Her smile is immediate, conspiratorial. She steps closer to her side of the bank, lowers her voice like we're sharing the most scandalous gossip. Can I ask, how do you even manage the size of them? I swear the first time I thought I was going to split in half. The laugh that bursts out of me is half shock, half release. Inappropriate and perfect, and exactly what I needed. And then she's giggling too, and we're both laughing like girls at a market, like this is normal, like we're not two women living with skeletal monsters in the wilderness. I'm serious, she manages between giggles. I couldn't walk properly for a week. Neither could I. I'm wiping tears from my eyes. And the sounds. Don't even... She's doubled over now. The creaking. We laugh until we're breathless, until the absurdity of it all has been acknowledged and released. When we finally stop, the world feels lighter, easier. She's so small, this woman, so delicate and pale. Looking at her, I can barely imagine how she survives it. But she does. We both do. We should meet again, she says, still smiling. Here? Maybe in 3 days? Yes. I don't even hesitate. Please, yes. Same time? Morning? Perfect. What's your name? Elira. Vicky, we'll meet again. We part ways, her heading upstream with her basket, me back toward the den. I catch myself looking back twice. She does too. We wave, awkward and warm, like old friends instead of strangers who just met. I walk home through the cold morning, basket full of herbs, and something else I haven't felt in months. Hope. Not hope for rescue, or for Clay, or for going back to who I used to be. Hope for something new. Something I didn't know I could want. What if there are others? Other women, other survivors making lives in these mountains? What if we could... I don't have words for it yet. But it's there. Growing. When I get back to the den, Carith isn't home yet. I unpack my herbs, hanging them to dry, organising them by type. My hands move automatically while my mind spins. I don't tell him when he returns an hour later. Not because I feel guilty. This isn't his to know yet. It's mine, my thing, my connection, my secret. But as I make tea that evening, as he sits beside me and tolerates the cup I press into his hands, I feel something taking root in my chest. A dream I don't have words for yet, but it's there, small and precious and dangerous. Community, women together, safety in numbers, maybe even a home.
Chapter 3. Carith. I return to the den as Solus climbs higher, the morning patrol complete. Everything checked, every boundary secure. The forest is mine, familiar and controlled, exactly as it should be. Elira is by the fire when I enter, sorting through her basket of herbs. She looks up when I approach, smiles that soft smile that makes my heart-light pulse warmer. "Good patrol?" she asks. "Quiet." I move toward her, drawn as always to her presence. The need to touch, to confirm, to ground myself in the reality of her. She stands to greet me and I reach for her, my clawed hand gentle against her face, tilting her chin up. She leans into the touch, familiar and trusting. And that's when I smell it. Foreign human, female, recent. My heartlight flares white at the edges before I can control it. The gold bleeds pale with alarm, and I feel the hunger surge in immediate response, not for food, but for threat assessment. Territorial instinct roaring to life. "You met someone," I say, and my voice comes out harder than I intend. She doesn't flinch, doesn't look away, meets my eyes directly. "Yes." The single word hangs between us. Honest, unapologetic. I force myself to stay still, to not pull back, to not let the rising panic show more than it already has. My hand is still on her face. I make myself gentle it, make myself breathe. "Tell me." She takes a breath. "At the stream, another woman. We talked. About herbs, mostly. Normal things. Another woman." I process this, running calculations. The one with the mail. The one 5 miles north. I see the realization cross her face. She didn't know I'd found them. Didn't know I'd been watching. "You knew?" Her voice is careful. "I patrol. I know everything that moves in this territory." I let my hand drop, step back, needing space to think. "He's too close, Elira. 5 miles is nothing. 10 minutes at a run." "We just talked." Her chin lifts slightly, defensive now. "About laundry. About tea. Human things. While he was hunting nearby. While you were exposed and vulnerable. I had my knife. Your knife." The words come out sharper than I mean. "Against a full-grown male Waira, if he decided his female needed protecting from a threat, your knife would do nothing." She flinches at that but doesn't back down. "She wasn't a threat. Neither was I. We were just talking. You don't know that." I'm fighting to stay calm, to not let the fear turn into anger, into the hunger demanding I do something, fix this, eliminate the variable. "You don't know what he'd do if he found you near his keeper. What I'd do if I found another human near you." "What would you do?" she asks quietly. The question stops me cold. What would I do? Kill them. Without hesitation, without mercy. Anything that threatens her dies. But I can't say that. Can't speak that truth aloud because it will make her see me as the monster I am, and I need her to keep seeing me as something more than that. "I'd protect you," I say instead, whatever that required. She wasn't a threat, Carith. Elira's voice is softer now, pleading. I needed this. I needed to talk to someone human, to remember what that feels like. And there it is. The thing I can't give her. Can't be for her. I'm not human. Can't provide human connection, human understanding, human normalcy. I can protect her, feed from her, bind myself to her in ways that transcend species. But I can't give her what another human can. Conversation, companionship, the easy comfort of shared experience. She's been alone with me for so long, and I never realized how much that was costing her. Too focused on keeping her safe to see she was dying a different, slower death. Loneliness. The understanding hits like a physical blow. She's lonely. With me. Because of me. I didn't mean to worry you, she says, and I hear the exhaustion in her voice. I was careful. I didn't tell her anything important. Didn't reveal where we live, or your name, or anything that could endanger us. But you were near him. Near another male. He wasn't there. It was just her and me. Just two women talking about normal things. She steps closer, reaches for my hand. Please understand. I love this life with you. I'm grateful for it. But I can't only be yours forever. I need something more, something human. The words cut because they're true. Because I know she's right. Because loving me isn't enough to fill all the spaces in her soul. But it doesn't change the danger. He's too close, I say again, quieter this time. His territory borders ours now. That's a threat, Elira, whether you talk to his female or not. Maybe. She doesn't let go of my hand. But maybe it doesn't have to be. I want to argue. Want to make her understand that proximity means danger, that other Waira mean risk, that the only safety is in isolation. But I see the look in her eyes, the desperate need, the loneliness I've been blind to, and I can't. I can't take this from her too, so I don't say anything. Just hold her hand and let the silence stretch between us, heavy with things we're not saying. She thinks I'm accepting it. I can see the relief in her face, the way her shoulders loosen slightly. I'm not accepting it. I'm calculating, monitoring, preparing for when proximity becomes intrusion, when tolerance becomes threat. But I don't tell her that. The afternoon passes in uncomfortable quiet. We move around each other carefully, both aware of the tension, neither knowing how to resolve it. She makes tea. I pretend to drink it. She talks about the herbs she gathered. I pretend to listen. But my mind is 5 miles north, cataloging threats, running scenarios. If he comes closer, if she goes back, if the variables multiply beyond my ability to control them. Evening falls and we settle by the fire, the familiar ritual, her moving into my space, me pulling her close, the comfort of touch when words have failed. I'm sorry I worried you, she says quietly, her back against my chest. I know. I wasn't trying to be reckless. I know. She's silent for a moment. Then, will you trust me about this? The question is loaded. She's asking for freedom, for autonomy, for the right to make choices that I think are dangerous. I trust you, I say, and it's true. I don't trust the world. She leans back into me and I feel her relax slightly. Thinks that's good enough. Thinks we've reached some understanding. I haven't agreed to anything. Haven't promised acceptance. But she hears what she needs to hear, and I let her. Because I don't know what else to do. The hunger stirs, restless and uneasy. It's been days since I fed from her properly, and the stress of today has sharpened it into something more insistent. I need to feed, I say quietly. She turns in my arms, offers her wrist without hesitation. Here. The ritual is intimacy and necessity combined. Her blood on my tongue, warm and willing, the taste of her essence mixing with mine. The hunger quiets under the flood of relief, the ache becoming bearable again. I'm careful, always careful, taking only what I need, sealing the wound with my tongue, holding her while the bond settles between us. This is what we are, what we've built. Monster and woman, predator and prey, need and gift all tangled together. It should be enough, For me, it is. I don't let myself finish the thought. We settle back into position, her against my chest, my arms around her. The fire burns low. The den is warm and safe, and exactly as it should be. And then I hear it. A howl. Distant. North and west. I go rigid, every sense sharpening. Elira feels the change, tenses against me. What? Another howl answers the first. Different direction. East. Then another. South. Not random. Not territorial claims or hunting calls. Communication. Coordination. The voices are too far to identify individuals. But I know what they are. Waira. Multiple. Spread across distances, calling to each other in the night. Elira presses deeper into my arms, her human fear response immediate and primal. What is that? Her voice is small. Waira, I say, keeping my voice steady. Far away. Nothing to worry about. But I'm lying. It's something to worry about. Because Waira don't coordinate, don't call to each other across territories, don't communicate like pack animals. We're solitary, territorial. We exist in isolation by nature and necessity. This is new. This is wrong. The howls continue for several minutes, a conversation in a language I don't fully understand. Then they stop, leaving only the silence and the crackle of our fire. Elira is trembling against me. I hold her tighter, protective instinct overwhelming everything else. It's all right, I murmur into her hair. We're safe here. Another lie. Because I don't know if we're safe. Don't know what those calls mean, what's changing in the world beyond our territory. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. Something is coming. The peace we've built, fragile and hard-won, is not going to last. I hold Elira in the darkness, surrounded by the echo of distant voices, and feel the world shifting around us.
Chapter 4. Elira. I'm practically running through the forest, my basket swinging from my arm, a grin splitting my face so wide it hurts. 3 days since I met Vicky at the stream, 3 days of planning this moment in my head, imagining how it will feel to bring my two worlds together. Lissa and I haven't seen each other in weeks. Not since Thorin and Carith agreed on the new territorial boundaries, the careful distance that keeps the males from each other's throats. But we've found ways, signals left at the old meeting tree, coded markings that say, I'm here, I'm safe, I miss you. Today, she'll be at our spot, and today, she gets to meet Vicky. The clearing appears through the trees, and there she is. Lissa sitting on our fallen log, sorting through herbs in her lap. When she hears me coming, she looks up, and her whole face transforms. Elira! I don't slow down, just drop my basket and throw myself at her, and she catches me laughing. We hold each other tight, two women who survived dark elf torture together, who watched their Waira nearly kill each other, who forged something unbreakable in blood and terror and impossible hope. I missed you, I breathe into her shoulder. I missed you too. She pulls back, hands on my shoulders, studying my face. You look good. Happy. I am. I can barely contain it. I have a surprise for you. Her eyebrows raise, amused. Another one of your surprises? Should I be worried? Never. I grab her hand, tugging her up. Come on, you have to meet someone. Meet someone? Now she's curious, following as I lead her down the path toward the pool. Elira, what did you do? Something wonderful. I glance back at her, grinning. Trust me. The pool comes into view, clear and cold, fed by the small waterfall that makes the water sing. And there, sitting on a flat rock by the edge, is Vicky. She stands when she sees us, nervous energy in every line of her small frame. Her short blonde hair catches the morning light, and she's wringing her hands slightly. Lissa, I say, pulling my friend forward. This is Vicky. Vicky, this is Lissa. I'm bouncing on my toes, unable to stay still. She's like us, bonded, surviving out here with them. There's a beat where they look at each other. Lissa's expression is careful, assessing. Vicky looks like she might bolt. Then Lissa smiles, warm and genuine, and crosses the distance. It's good to meet you. Any friend of Elira's is probably insane, Vicky finishes, and the tension breaks. Lissa laughs. I was going to say is a survivor, but yes, that too. They shake hands, and I feel something settle in my chest. Relief, joy. The knowledge that I'm not building walls between the people I care about. I'm building bridges. How long have you been out here? Lissa asks, and Vicky relaxes slightly. Almost a year now, since... She gestures vaguely. Since everything went wrong and went right at the same time. I know exactly what you mean. Lissa's voice is soft with understanding. They start talking, tentative at first, then with growing ease, about survival, about the impossible reality of loving monsters, about the small victories and large terrors that make up our days. I watch them, my heart so full it aches. This is what I needed without knowing I needed it. Not just one friend, but a circle, a sisterhood. Do you remember Glimpstones? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Both women look at me, and Lissa's face lights up with recognition. Oh gods, I haven't thought about those in years. She turns to Vicky. Did you have them where you grew up? The diving stones? Vicky nods, smiling. We used to spend entire summers looking for them. They're real, I ask, because I always wondered. The legend about seeing your future? Lissa shrugs. My grandmother swore she found one once. Said she saw her husband's face in it before she ever met him. My mother said the same thing. Vicky moves closer to the pool's edge, looking down into the clear water. That if you found a true glimpstone, dried it, gripped it tight, you'd see what was coming. We never found any, Lissa admits. But gods, we tried. Dove until our fingers were numb and our mothers were furious. An idea strikes me, wild and perfect. Let's look, right now. They both stare at me. What? Vicky laughs. Now? Why not? I'm already unlacing my boots. When was the last time either of you did something just for fun, just because you wanted to? The question hangs in the air. We all know the answer. Too long. Far too long. Lissa grins, that mischievous look I remember from before everything went dark. You know what? Why not? Really? Vicky looks between us. We're actually doing this. We're actually doing this. I'm stripping off my dress, down to my shift. The morning is cold, but I don't care. Come on! They join me, laughing now, all of us giddy with the absurdity of it. 3 grown women about to dive for children's treasures in freezing water, while skeletal monsters patrol territories miles away. It feels like rebellion, like reclaiming something we lost. I hit the water first, gasping at the cold, and it's perfect. Sharp and clean and alive. The others follow, Lissa with a whoop, Vicky more careful but smiling. We dive, again and again, searching the rocky bottom for stones that might be special, might be magic, might show us futures we can't imagine. We come up laughing, breathless, comparing finds. This one's too rough. This one's too small. Does it have to be round? I don't know. My grandmother never specified. It's play. Pure, simple, joyful play. Being girls again instead of survivors. Being human instead of keepers to monsters. I surface, pushing wet hair from my face, about to call out to Lissa, and freeze. There's a man on the bank, human, middle-aged, watching us with eyes that make my skin crawl. My heart slams into my throat. I try to signal the others, but Lissa's still under, and Vicky's searching near the far rocks. The man hasn't seen me see him yet. I swim as quietly as I can toward the far side of the pool, away from him, trying to get to where my knife is tucked in my boot. But he's moving now, following the bank, and I realise with cold horror that he's positioning himself between us and our clothes. "Well, well," he calls out, and his voice makes me want to vomit. "What do we have here?" Vicky surfaces, sees him, goes rigid. "Just some girls enjoying the water," he continues, stepping closer to the edge. "Nothing wrong with that." Lisa surfaces last, takes one look at the situation, and her expression goes cold. We're all moving toward the far bank now, but he's faster, cuts us off, forcing us to the shallows on his side. "Don't be shy," he says, grinning. "I'm just passing through. Thought I'd stop for a drink." Liar. The way he's looking at us, at our wet shifts clinging to our bodies, at our exposed skin. He didn't stumble here by accident. I'm calculating. 3 of us, 1 of him. We're in the water, vulnerable. Our weapons are on the far bank. But if we can get to shore, if we can reach the tree line. He unzips his trousers. The world narrows to that single obscene gesture, the ugly grin on his face. The way he's exposing himself like he has the right, like we're things for his entertainment. I'm frozen, horrified, furious. Crack! He drops like a felled tree. Vicky stands behind him, chest heaving, a thick branch in her small hands. She hit him so hard the wood split. "Vicky!" I start scrambling out of the water. But Lissa's already there, already picking up a rock the size of her fist. Her face is absolutely calm, cold, resolved. She brings it down on his skull. Once, twice, the sound is wet, final. Silence crashes over us. Just the waterfall, our breathing, and the reality of what just happened. Then Vicky starts laughing. Not hysterical, just relieved, dark, alive. "Did we just—" she manages. "Yes," Lissa says flatly, dropping the rock. She's looking at her hands like they belong to someone else. And then I'm laughing too. Can't help it. The release of terror into something else. Something that feels like power instead of fear. We did it. We protected each other. We killed a threat and we're laughing about it. Vicky drops the branch, still giggling. I've thought about it, but... What needed to be done? Lissa finishes. Her voice is steady now, certain. That's all. We stand there, 3 wet women in shifts, standing over a dead man, and something shifts between us. Something cements. We're not just friends, not just survivors. We're sisters. Blood sisters now, literally. We need to hide him, I say, practical instinct kicking in case someone comes looking. The brush over there, Lisa points, thick enough to conceal a body. We work together, dragging him into the undergrowth, kicking dirt over the blood on the rocks. None of us speak, just move with grim efficiency, like we've done this before. Maybe we have, in different ways. When it's done, we wade back into the pool to wash the blood and dirt from our hands. The water runs red for a moment, then clear. Lissa holds up something small between her fingers, a stone, smooth and dark, with a strange iridescence when the light hits it right. Found one, she says quietly, then slips it into the pocket of her shift without ceremony. None of us mention it. Just get dressed in silence, wringing out our hair, pulling on boots. Vicky speaks. Do we tell them? She doesn't finish, doesn't need to. No, Lissa and I say together. If they know, I continue, they'll never let us meet again. They'll see it as proof the world is too dangerous. They're not wrong, Vicky points out, but she's nodding. But I'm not giving this up, not giving you up. Neither am I. Lissa reaches out, takes both our hands. What happened here, it doesn't leave us. Agreed? Agreed, Vicky and I say. We stand there, hands joined, and I feel it crystallizing. The dream I've been building without words. This could be something real, something powerful. If there had been 2 men, we'd be dead. Or worse. We got lucky. We need our Waira. Need their strength, their protection, their deadly capability. But we also need each other. Same time in 3 days? Vicky asks hopefully. Yes, I say immediately. But we should have signals, ways to warn if something's wrong. We spend a few minutes working it out. Coded marks on specific trees, patterns that mean danger or safe or can't make it. When we finally part ways, Lissa heading north, Vicky east, me southwest, I feel lighter and heavier at once. Lighter because I'm not alone. Because I have sisters now. Real sisters who killed for each other without hesitation. Heavier because I know the truth Lissa spoke by the pool. What happened wasn't just self-defense. It was a choice, a line crossed, and we'd all cross it again. I make my way home through the forest, basket of herbs barely touched, my mind spinning. Kerith will be back soon from patrol. He'll ask about my day. I'll tell him I gathered herbs. Met with Lissa. Nothing unusual. The lie feels necessary, protective. Not of me, of this fragile, precious thing we're building, this sisterhood, this possibility. Because I'm starting to see it now, the shape of what could be. Women together, supporting each other, protecting each other. Not weak, not victims, but warriors in our own right, with our Waira as the outer wall, and us as the heart within. A queendom, maybe. Or at least a kingdom. A place where we're not just surviving, but living. Where we're not just keepers, but queens. The dream crystallizes, beautiful and fragile and dangerous, and I want it. Gods, I want it so badly it hurts. When I reach the den, Kerith isn't home yet. I start preparing tea, hands steady despite everything, mind already planning the next meeting. The next step, the next piece of this impossible dream.
Chapter 5. Kerith. The hunger is crippling tonight. It coils in my chest, wraps around my ribs, pulls tight with every breath. The howls from 3 nights ago have left me on edge, and proximity to other Waira, Tuscan, the variables multiplying, has sharpened every instinct into a blade. I need to feed. Elira knows before I say anything. She always knows. She comes to me as the light fades, studies my face, my heart light flickering red at the edges. The gold is there, always there for her, but the red is bleeding through, demanding, insistent. Go, she says simply. No fear in her voice. No judgment. Just acceptance of what I am, what I need to be. Elira, go. She touches my face, her small hand against bone. Hunt. Do what you need to do. The relief is profound. That she understands. That she releases me to be the monster I am without asking me to apologize for it. I don't waste words. Just pull her close for one moment, breathing in her scent, grounding myself in what I'll return to. Then I go. The forest opens before me like it knows what's coming. I move through it silent and fast, a shadow with purpose. The hunger sings in my bones, and I sing with it. No conflict, no shame. This is what I was made for. I range far from our territory. Hunting close to home is foolish, draws attention, creates patterns. The moon is bright tonight, soulless long set, and the world is silver in shadow. Perfect hunting weather. I catch the scent half a mile out. Human. Male. Alone. The hunger surges, and I bare my teeth in something that might be a smile. I follow the scent to the road, barely more than a cart path through the forest, connecting the scattered human settlements. And there he is. An old man hunched on a wooden cart pulled by a tired mule. The cart is loaded with supplies, sacks of grain, bundles of cloth, clay jars that probably hold oil or preserves. A winter's worth, maybe. The rewards of a journey to trade. He's singing. His voice is rough, off-key, but cheerful, satisfied with his day's work. Home, home, home I go. My cart is as full as my hood when I was young. Home, home, home I go. The crude humor makes him laugh at his own joke, and the sound carries through the quiet forest. He has no idea death is 10 feet away, watching from the shadows. I could strike now, fast and clean, end it before he knows what's happening. But where's the artistry in that? I pace him instead, moving through the trees parallel to the road, silent, invisible, letting the anticipation build. The hunger wants immediate satisfaction. I make it wait, because this isn't just feeding. This is what I am, apex predator, and I'm very, very good at it. The old man's song trails off. He shifts on his seat, looking around. His mule's ears flatten back, and the animal pulls against the traces, wanting to bolt. He senses something. Prey instinct finally waking up, screaming at him that something is wrong. "Easy, girl," he mutters to the mule, reaching for the switch. "Just shadows, nothing to—" I step onto the road ahead of him. His song dies mid-word. The mule screams, rears, tries to run. The cart lurches sideways, supplies shifting. The old man hauls on the reins, shouting, but his eyes are locked on me, on the skeletal figure blocking his path home, on the red light burning in my chest, on death made manifest. "Please," he whispers. I have coin. Supplies. Take whatever." I move. The mule breaks free, thundering into the forest, its panicked cries fading into darkness. The cart tips as I hit it, and then the world becomes my canvas. The first sack of grain I tear open with deliberate precision, letting the seeds pour out in a golden stream across the dirt road. They scatter like stars, like snow, covering the ground in a blanket of wasted harvest. I tear the second sack lengthwise, creating a curtain of falling grain that catches the moonlight. Beautiful. The clay jars come next. I don't just break them, I position them. One I shatter against a tree, the oil running down the bark in dark rivulets that look like blood in the silver light. Another I place carefully on its side, letting the contents spill slowly, creating a pool that reflects the moon. The third I throw high, watching it arc through the air before exploding against a boulder, oil spraying out in a perfect starburst pattern. The cloth, bolts of fabric in red and blue and undyed linen, I unroll with clawed precision. I drape one length over low-hanging branches, letting it flutter like a banner announcing what happened here. Another I wind through the spokes of the overturned cartwheel, weaving it in and out until it looks like a spider's web made of human commerce. The third I tear into strips and scatter them along the road like a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the centerpiece. The cart itself I dismantle with care. Not random destruction, calculated dismemberment. I separate the wheels and roll them to opposite sides of the road, like sentries standing guard. The wooden frame I split along its joints, arranging the pieces in a rough circle around where the old man fell. The seat I leave intact, but flip upside down, a small throne for the dead. Only then do I turn my attention to him. The old man tries to crawl. His spine is broken, but animal instinct drives him to try anyway. His fingers claw at the dirt, pulling his useless legs behind him, and the sounds he makes are barely human. I watch him for a moment. Study the desperation, the denial, the way hope dies slowly in his eyes as he realizes escape isn't possible. Then I grant him mercy. Quick, through the heart. He goes still, but the art isn't finished. I position his body with the care of a sculptor. On his back, arms spread wide like he's welcoming the sky. His head tilted just so, eyes open and staring up at the moon he'll never see set. Around him, I arrange the debris, grain and oil and cloth and broken wood, in concentric circles, like ripples in water, like the rings of a tree, like the spreading consequences of a single death. The spilled grain I shape into patterns with my claws. Spirals and lines and symbols that mean nothing and everything. The oil I use to draw on the ground itself, dark strokes against pale dirt, connecting the man to the cart to the scattered supplies in a web of destruction. The strips of cloth I place with precision, one across his chest like a sash, one wound around his wrist like a bracelet, one folded beneath his head like a pillow. Small mercies in the monument to his ending. When I step back, the scene is complete. The hunger, which has been howling throughout the creation, finally demands payment. I kneel beside my work and feed. The taste of his essence floods through me, warm and copper bright. The relief is immediate and profound, the ache that defines my existence easing into something manageable. His life becomes mine, his warmth transferred, the curse temporarily quieted. I take my time, not frenzied, but thorough, savoring not just the sustenance but the completion, the rightness of the cycle, death and consumption and survival all bound together in this moment. When I'm finished, I stand and look at the scene one final time. The moonlight catches the oil, making it shimmer. The grain glows like gold. The cloth moves in the slight breeze, animated by wind instead of purpose. And at the center, the old man lies peaceful now, his fear ended, his journey complete. A sermon written in blood and grain and shattered clay. Let them whisper about the monster of the night. Let them remember why they stay inside at night. The hunger is quieter now, manageable but not satisfied, never fully satisfied from prey alone. The artistry filled something in me the feeding couldn't touch, but there's still an emptiness only she can fill. I need Elira. Dawn is still an hour away when I reach the den. She's awake, sitting by the fire, waiting. She looks up when I enter, and her eyes track over me. The blood on my claws, the oil smeared on my bones, the grain dust caught in the ridges of my skull, the red still pulsing in my heart light, satisfied but not sated. The predator I am, still riding the high of creation. No fear, no judgment, just acceptance. And something else. Something that makes her pupils dilate, her breath catch. Desire. You fed, she says. Not a question. Yes, but not enough. Never enough. Not without you. She stands, comes to me, and there's no hesitation. No revulsion at what I am, what I've done. She reaches up and touches my face, her fingers coming away stained with evidence of my night. She doesn't flinch. She offers her wrist. Finish it with me. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Elira. Lissa and Vicky are coming today. The words hang in the air between us. Kerith goes completely still, his heart light flickering from gold to white-edged in an instant. Here. His voice is flat. To the den. Yes. I force myself to meet his eyes, even though I can see the tension coiling through his frame. I need this, Kerith. I need to see them, and meeting at the stream or the pool. It's not enough. I want them here, in our home. You want to bring another male's mate into my territory. He stands, and the movement is too controlled, like he's restraining something violent. Into the place where I sleep, where I feed from you, where we... He doesn't finish, doesn't need to. They're my friends. They carry their mate's scent, their claim, their... He stops, claws flexing. You're asking me to tolerate a violation, at the most primal level. It's not a violation, it's friendship. To you, his voice sharpens. To me, it's every instinct I have screaming that this is wrong, that allowing another male's mate into my den is an insult to everything I am. The silence stretches between us. I see the war in him, wanting to give me what I need against every fibre of his being rejecting it. Please, I say quietly, just this once. His heart light pulses white, then settles back to gold with visible effort. When he speaks, his voice is cold. Fine. Relief floods through me. Thank you. But I'm leaving. He moves toward the entrance. I can't be here, Elira. I won't forbid you, but I can't stay. Kerith, wait! But he's already gone, disappearing into the forest without looking back. The guilt hits immediately. I pushed for this. I knew what I was asking, knew how much it would cost him, and I asked anyway. But I needed it. I need them. I busy myself preparing, making tea, arranging furs for sitting, trying to make our cave feel welcoming instead of just functional. The work helps, gives my hands something to do while my mind circles around the guilt. When I hear voices outside, my heart lifts despite everything. Lissa ducks through the entrance first, her face bright. So this is it? Your den? It's not much, I start, but Vicky is already inside, looking around with genuine warmth. It's cozy, she says. Safe. I can feel it. They settle by the fire, and the conversation flows easily. Recipes, preservation techniques. Vicky knows a plant that helps with moonblood cramps I've never heard of. Lissa shares a method for keeping meat from spoiling that actually works. We laugh. We talk about nothing important. We're just women together. And it's perfect. For a while. Then Lissa shifts, her expression growing more serious. Can I ask, has Thorin seemed different lately? More tense? Yes. The word comes out immediately. Kerith too. He's on edge constantly, patrolling more, barely sleeping. Mine too. Vicky wraps her arms around herself. He ranges farther every day, checks the boundaries obsessively, like he's expecting something. The howls, I say quietly. 3 nights ago. Did you hear them? Both women nod. Multiple Waira, Lissa says. Calling to each other, coordinating. Thorin said it was wrong, that they don't do that. Kerith said the same thing. My voice is tight. He tried to tell me it was nothing, but I felt him shaking when he held me. He was terrified. They're all afraid, Vicky whispers. They just won't say it. The silence that falls is heavy with unspoken fear. We all feel it. Something is wrong. Something is changing. The world isn't safe anymore, if it ever was. We're fine, I say, forcing strength into my voice, taking control before the fear can root. We have each other. We have our Waira. Whatever's happening, we'll face it, together. The others nod, wanting to believe, needing to believe. But the unease hangs there, thick and suffocating. Vicky clears her throat, clearly trying to shift the mood. My mate told me something yesterday. He was ranging far north, a full day's journey, maybe more, and found an old dark elf fort. A fort? Lissa leans forward. Abandoned, huge, he said. Stone walls, proper rooms, defensive towers, empty for years. Vicky's voice carries a wistfulness I recognise. He said it was massive, Fit for a queen. The words land like a stone in still water. Fit for a queen. How far north? I ask, my voice strange in my own ears. A day's hard travel, maybe more. Vicky shrugs. Through the ridge pass and beyond. He said it would take work to make it livable again. Dark elves left it in ruins, but the structure is solid. Imagine that, Lissa says softly. Real walls, proper rooms, space for... She stops, glances at me. Space for more than just survival. Space for all of us, she means, but doesn't say. The conversation moves on, but I'm stuck on those words. Fit for a queen. We talk until the light fades. Then, reluctantly, they prepare to leave. Next week? Vicky asks hopefully. Yes. I hug them both. Even if our mates hate it, we need this. We do, Lisa agrees fiercely. We really do. They leave together, promising more contact, more meetings, more of this precious human connection that keeps us sane. And then I'm alone. The den feels smaller now, the cave ceiling lower, the fire pit more primitive. I look around at what we've built here, what Kerith has given me, the cave he chose for its isolation, its defensibility, the simple fire pit, the furs for warmth, the dried herbs hanging from stone, the small carved bone box he made, his best attempt at beauty. It's enough. It's safe. It should be everything I need. But is it what I deserve? I think of the fort Vicky described. A full day north, stone walls instead of rock caves, proper rooms with doors, defensive towers, space for more than just hiding and surviving, space for women together, for community, for something that looks like civilization instead of just existence. Fit for a queen. Why shouldn't I have that? I've survived dark elves, survived being claimed, survived in these mountains when everything wanted me dead. I've built something impossible with Kerith, love across species, partnership between predator and prey. Haven't I earned more than a cave in the woods? Don't I deserve something grand? The thought takes root and I can't shake it. Don't want to shake it. I look at our humble home, and it is humble, I see that now. Simple, primitive, exactly what a monster and his prey might cobble together in the wilderness. But I'm not just prey anymore. I'm a keeper, a survivor, a woman who killed a man with her sisters and laughed about it after. I'm more than this. We could be more than this. The wanting sits in my chest, like its own kind of hunger, constant, demanding, growing. I settle by the fire to wait for Kerith's return, knowing he'll smell the others in his space and barely tolerate it, knowing I hurt him today by pushing for what I needed, knowing I'd do it again, because I'm starting to understand something about myself. I want a home fit for queens, not just monsters and their mates hiding in caves. I want the fort Vicky described, and I want to rule it. The thought is dangerous, intoxicating, wrong in ways I can't articulate, but I can't let it go. I look around this den, this meagre home. I see that clearly now, and let myself want more.
Chapter 7. Kerith. I can't go back yet. My den carries the scent of foreign females. Lissa's familiar smell, sharp with herbs and Thorin's claim. And the other one, Vicky, marked by a male I don't know, don't trust, whose proximity to my territory makes every instinct scream threat. Elira asked me to tolerate it. I said yes, but I can't be there while they occupy my space. So I range. Further than usual, pushing into the outer edges of my territory, where the borders blur. The hunger is restless tonight, fed by displacement and anger and the crawling sense that something is wrong. The forest feels different, watchful. I'm on the eastern ridge when I catch the scent. Waira, not Thorin, not anyone I know. Male, large, moving with purpose through my territory like he has the right. My heart light flares white before I can control it. Every nerve fires with territorial rage. This is my land. Mine and Elira's. No one crosses here without challenge. I track him by scent and sound, moving silent through the trees. He's not hiding, not bothering with stealth, just walking through my territory like it's his. The arrogance of it makes my claws flex. I find him in a clearing where moonlight pools silver on the ground. He's massive, larger than me by a head, broader through the shoulders. His heart light burns a deep, angry red. Not the flickering red of hunger, but the solid red of violence made purpose. He knows I'm here, doesn't turn, just speaks. You've grown weak. The words are a blade, precise, cruel. I don't answer. Don't ask who he is or what he wants. The time for words is past. I strike. He's ready for it. Meets my charge with claws extended, and we crash together like avalanches. The impact jars through my bones, and he's strong. Stronger than Thorin ever was. Stronger than anything I fought in decades. His claws rake across my ribs, and I feel bone crack. The pain is white-hot and immediate. I twist, get inside his guard, drive my claws up under his jaw. He roars, throws me back. I hit a tree hard enough to split bark. We circle, both bleeding now, both measuring. He comes again, and this time there's no strategy, just violence. Pure and simple and utterly committed. His claws find my shoulder, tearing deep. I feel something important give way. My left arm goes weak, barely responds. The hunger howls, demanding I end this, demanding I feed, demanding I survive. I use my good arm, my claws, my teeth. I fight like the monster I am. No honor, no mercy, just the desperate brutality of a predator who refuses to die. I get his throat. Finally! My claws sink deep, find the vital structures beneath bone, and I rip. He drops. I stand over him, chest heaving, blood pouring from a dozen wounds. My shoulder is destroyed. My ribs are broken. The hunger is screaming at me to feed, but I can barely stand. Weak! I spit at the corpse. Then the world tilts. I try to stay upright, but my legs don't work properly. The clearing spins. I make it 3 steps before I collapse. The pain is everywhere. The blood loss catastrophic. And the world goes dark. I stand in a great hall. My hands, smooth, brown, whole, rest on carved armrests. Flesh covers bone. Blood moves beneath skin. I wear robes of deep crimson, fabric that flows like water, heavy with embroidery. Around me, the hall glitters. Gold catches firelight. Jewels gleam from every surface. Wood carved by master craftsmen rises in pillars that seem to hold up the sky itself. The women move through the space like dancers. Dark hair, darker eyes. They smile when they see me. One approaches, her hand lifting toward my face. Her fingers are almost touching my cheek when the darkness begins. It bleeds in from the edges. Ink through water, rot through fruit. The gold tarnishes. The jewels crack, weeping black. The carved wood warps, twisting into shapes that hurt to see. The women scream, their faces stretch, tear, eyes flooding black, mouths opening too wide, teeth multiplying, sharpening. Not women anymore. Something else. Something hungry. They reach for me with clawed hands, shrieking, and I feel it. My flesh. Melting. I look down. Watch my hands dissolve, skin sloughing away, muscle following. Everything that makes me real running like wax near flame. The pain is fire and ice and flaying all at once. My arms are bone, my chest, my legs. Everything stripped away until there's nothing left but skeleton wearing a crimson tunic that hangs ridiculous and pathetic on my frame. The dark things circle me, laughing. Then deeper darkness comes, blacker than anything. It rises from the floor. No, it is the floor. Always was. I was just standing on its surface, and swallows me. I fall. The darkness consumes everything. I wake gasping. The clearing, the body, the blood, Reality crashes back with brutal clarity. The dream fades like smoke, but the truth of it lingers. I try to move and immediately regret it. The pain is catastrophic. My shoulder barely functions. My ribs grind with every breath. The blood loss has left me weak and shaking. But I'm alive. Barely. I need to get home. I need Elira. Need to feed before the hunger drives me to do something desperate. I drag myself upright using a tree for support. The world spins, but I force it steady through sheer will. The den is miles away. I've never felt farther from safety. One step, then another, then another. The forest blurs past me. Time loses meaning. There's only pain and movement and the desperate need to reach her. I don't remember most of the journey. Just fragments. Falling twice. Getting up. The taste of blood in my mouth. The hunger howling. The den appears through the thick trees like salvation. I make it to the entrance and collapse. Kareth! Elira's voice. Elira's hands on my bones. Elira pulling me inside where it's warm and safe in hers. What happened? Gods, there's so much blood. I try to speak, but the words won't come. Just lie there while she moves around me with quick efficiency. Water, cloth, cleaning wounds. Her hands gentle but sure. You're safe now, she murmurs. I've got you. You're safe. The irony cuts deeper than claws. While she was here with her friends, talking about herbs and laundry and gods know what else, I was fighting for my life. While she dreamed of stone walls and community, I was being told I'd grown weak. But I don't say any of that. Just let her tend me. She cleans the worst of the wounds, her touch careful around broken ribs. When she's done as much as she can with water and cloth, she sits back and looks at me. You need to feed, she says quietly. For me. Now. Elira. Now. She offers her wrist, and there's no room for argument in her voice. You're barely conscious. Feed. The hunger roars approval. I take her wrist in my clawed hand, my good hand, and drink. Her blood hits my system like lightning, warm and willing and hers. The hunger quiets immediately, and beneath it, the pain becomes bearable. Not gone, but manageable. The wounds start to close, slowly. My body using her essence to fuel healing that should take weeks, and compressing it into hours. This is what she is to me, what she's always been. Life, salvation, the only thing keeping me from becoming the monster that attacked me tonight. When I've taken enough, I seal the wound with my tongue and pull her close. She comes willingly, settling against my chest despite the blood and the damage. What happened? She asks again. Another Waira. My voice is rough. In our territory. He attacked. Is he dead? She is quiet for a moment, processing. The howls from before. This is connected, isn't it? Smart. She's always been smart. Yes, there are more coming. It's not a question, she already knows. Yes. Her arms tighten around me. Not fear. Something else. Determination, maybe. Or acceptance of what's coming. Then we'll face them, she says simply. Together. I don't tell her how close I came to dying. Don't tell her the attacker was stronger, faster, more brutal than anything I've fought before. Don't tell her about the dream of what we used to be and what we've become. Just hold her in the darkness and feel something I haven't felt in centuries. Vulnerable. The peace we built is over. The isolation that kept us safe is crumbling. And the thing those howls announced is here now. Hunting. Killing. Coming for us. But in this moment, with Elira against my chest, and her blood singing through my system, and the wound starting to close, I feel something else too. Connected. She stayed when any sane human would have run. She feeds me when I'm weakened. She tends my wounds without fear or revulsion. She chose this darkness with me, and whatever's coming, we'll face it together, even if it kills us both. Sleep, she murmurs. I'll watch over you tonight. The absurdity of it, my tiny human mate standing guard over me, should be laughable. But I'm too tired and too hurt to laugh. So I close my eyes, trust her to keep me safe, and let the darkness take me. This time it's gentle.
Chapter 8. Elira. I haven't slept. Just sat by the fire watching Carith breathe, counting the rise and fall of his ribs, monitoring the slow seep of blood from wounds that should be closing faster. He's healing, but not fast enough. The feeding last night helped. My blood always helps. But it's not enough. Not this time. The damage is too severe, the blood loss too catastrophic. I can see the way his heart light flickers. Gold, but weak. Dimmer than it should be. The hunger is still there. Even unconscious, I can sense it gnawing at him. Not the sharp desperation of starvation, but the constant ache of need unfulfilled. He needs more than blood. He needs a kill. The realization settles over me with perfect clarity. No horror, no hesitation, just understanding of what must be done. When Carith hunts, it's not just about feeding, it's about the act itself, the chase, the fear, the moment of death. Something in that violence quiets the hunger in ways my willing blood never can. He needs live prey, fresh, hunted, and he's too weak to hunt, so I'll do it for him. The decision is simple, inevitable. I don't question it. Don't examine it too closely. Just stand, check my knife at my belt, and slip out into the morning. The forest is waking around me, birds calling, small creatures moving through underbrush. The world continuing like nothing has changed. But everything has changed. I range east, away from our usual paths, looking for human scent. It doesn't take long. A trapper, judging by the tracks, checking lines in the pre-dawn grey. I follow at a distance, silent as Carith taught me, watching, waiting for the right moment. He's older, maybe 50. Weathered face, capable hands, moving with the confidence of someone who knows these woods. Not confident enough. I position myself downstream from him, near a clear pool where the water runs shallow over smooth stones. Then I start making noise. Not obvious, just enough. A branch snapping, the rustle of fabric. Small sounds that say, someone is here, someone unaware, someone vulnerable. I see him freeze, head turning toward the sound. Good. I move to the pool's edge and start unlacing my dress. Slowly. Like I have all the time in the world. Like I don't know he's there. The fabric falls away, and I'm bare from the waist up. The cold morning air raises goosebumps on my skin, but I don't shiver. Just kneel by the water like I'm about to bathe. I can feel his eyes on me. The weight of his attention like hands on my skin. Men are so predictable. I cup water in my hands, pour it over my arms, my shoulders. Playing the part. The innocent woman alone in the woods, unaware of danger. Then I go still. Tilt my head like I've heard something. I have heard something. His breathing, slightly heavier now. The small shift of weight as he moves closer. I grab my dress and pull it on quickly, clumsily, like I'm suddenly afraid. Don't bother lacing it properly. Just clutch it closed and move. Not running, that would spook him. Just walking quickly, worried, heading home. I don't look back, don't need to. I can hear him following. Of course he's following. They always follow. I lead him through the forest, taking a path that curves back toward the den. Not directly, that would be too obvious. But steadily, purposefully. My heart is beating fast, but not from fear, from anticipation. This is going to work. He's being careful, trying to stay quiet. But I'm listening for him the way Carith listens for prey. I know exactly where he is, how close, when he speeds up or slows down. I let him think he's hunting me. Stupid man. The den comes into view through the trees. I adjust my path slightly, leading him to the entrance, to the kill zone. When I'm close enough, when I'm safe and he's exactly where I need him, I turn. He's 20 feet away, close enough to see the hunger in his eyes, not the hunger that drives Kerith, something cruder, more predictable. He sees me see him, smiles, takes a step forward. I scream. The sound rips through the morning, primal and perfect, and Kerith explodes from the den. He's wounded, still damaged. But the sound of my distress triggers something deeper than injury. He moves like death itself, all predatory grace and lethal intent. The trapper has 1 second to realise his mistake. Then Kerith is on him. It's not a fight. It's an execution. Claws through the chest, teeth at the throat. The violence is brutal and efficient and absolutely necessary. The man drops without a sound beyond the initial choked gasp. Kerith doesn't pause, doesn't question, just feeds. I watch from the entrance of the den. Don't look away, don't flinch. This is what I brought him, what I lured here, what I provided. The feeding is violent, intimate. The hunger taking what it needs, what only live prey can give. I did this. The thought sits in my chest without guilt or horror, just certainty. I brought him what he needed, used myself as bait, led a man to his death without hesitation. And I'd do it again. When it's done, Kerith straightens. His wounds are still visible, but already the healing is accelerating. The fresh kill doing what my blood alone couldn't. His heart light is gold again, strong and steady. He looks at me, and I see the understanding in his skeletal face. He knows what I did, what I risked, what I've become. You used yourself as bait. His voice is rough, but there's something in it I can't name. You needed it, I say simply. He crosses the distance between us in 3 strides, pulls me against his chest, claws careful in my hair. You could have been caught, hurt, killed. But I wasn't. Elira. You needed it, I say again, firmer this time. And I provided it. That's what I do. That's what we are. The silence stretches between us. I feel his heart light pulsing against me, warm and alive and mine. You're not horrified, he says finally, by what you did. No, you should be. Why? I pull back enough to look at him. You hunt to survive. I brought you prey. Where's the horror in that? He stares at me and I see something shifting in his expression. Not quite fear, not quite awe. Something between the two. You've changed, he says quietly. We both have. He doesn't argue, just holds me there in the morning light, surrounded by the evidence of what we've become. I killed a man. Not directly, not with my own hands, but I lured him to his death as surely as if I'd driven the knife myself. And I feel nothing but satisfaction. The line between monster and mate has blurred beyond recognition. I'm not just accepting what Kerith is. I'm actively participating in it, enabling it, hunting for him. The corruption isn't something being done to me. It's something I'm choosing. Every day, every decision, every time I prioritize his survival over human life, I'm choosing this darkness. And it doesn't feel like corruption at all. It feels like love. Come inside, I murmur. You need to rest. Let the healing finish. He follows me into the den, leaving the body where it fell. We'll deal with it later, burn it or bury it or let the forest take it. Right now, all that matters is that he's fed. He's healing. He's mine. We settle by the fire, and he pulls me into his lap despite the lingering pain in his ribs. Thank you, he says against my hair. Always. And I mean it. Whatever he needs, I'll provide. Whatever darkness is required, I'll embrace. Because this is what we are now, monster and hunter, predator and bait, death and the one who brings it prey. Partners in every sense of the word, even the monstrous ones. I close my eyes and let myself rest against his chest, listening to the steady pulse of his heart light. No guilt, no horror, no regret, just certainty that I made the right choice. For him, for us, for whatever we're becoming together. The corruption is complete, and it feels like coming home.
Chapter 9. Kareth. The wounds are healed, bone knit, ribs whole, shoulder functioning. But I remember the words the attacker said before I killed him. You've grown weak. I think about that as I watch her move through the den, tending fire, sorting herbs, humming. Have I grown weak? I killed him, tore his throat out, fed on his corpse. But he got closer than anyone should have, hurt me more than I've been hurt in decades, because I was displaced, uncomfortable, distracted by her needs conflicting with my instincts. Weak. The word sits in my chest like a stone. You're brooding, Elira says without looking up. I'm thinking. That's what I said. Brooding. She glances over, smiles. Want to share? No. The smile fades slightly, but she doesn't push. Just returns to her work. I need to patrol. Need to see what else is out there. What other threats are circling while I sit here playing house with my mate. I'm going out, I say, standing. How long? As long as it takes. She knows better than to argue when I use that tone. Just nods. Be safe. I don't answer. Just leave. The forest feels wrong the moment I'm in it. Not obviously. Not anything I can point to. Just the absence of things that should be there. Bird calls cut short. Small prey animals hiding deeper than usual. Something has the forest spooked. I range east first, following my territorial line. Everything is familiar, known, mine. Except for the scent that doesn't belong. Waira, male, large. Recent, maybe 2 days. I track it to a ridge. The trail is deliberate. Not hunting, not feeding. Just passing through, leaving evidence. A message. I find the second scent on the southern border. Different male, also recent, also deliberate. Then a third to the west. They're not hiding. They're announcing themselves, surrounding me. On the southern edge, I find the kill site. A deer, torn apart, left to rot. The meat untouched. This wasn't about feeding. And carved deep into the tree above it. Strength through solitude. I stare at the words and something cold settles in my gut. This isn't random. This is ideology. Purpose. The thing those howls announced weeks ago. It's here. I keep moving. Find more markers, more scents, more messages carved into trees or left in patterns of deliberate destruction. 3 distinct Waira, maybe 4. All within the last week. Coordinated, organized, boxing me in. The realization should terrify me. Instead, I feel my heart light flare red. Good. Let them come. I'm checking the northern boundary when the howls start. 1 west. Another answers. East. A third. South. Broad daylight. No attempt at stealth. Just raw communication, triangulating position. My position. The howls stop. Silence crashes back. They know exactly where I am. I run for the den. Elira is outside collecting water when I arrive. Sees my face. Drops the bucket. Inside. She doesn't argue. Follows me in immediately. What happened? We're surrounded. I seal the entrance behind us. Multiple Waira. Coordinated. They've been marking territory, leaving messages. They just howled. Triangulated our position. They know exactly where we are. She goes pale but steady. How many? 3. Maybe 4. Maybe more. I pace, restless. They're spreading ideology. Strength through solitude. Same thing the one who attacked me believed. We need to warn the others. No. Kareth. No. The word comes out sharp, final. I hunt them. That's what happens. Alone, there are multiple. I don't need help. I turn on her, and I know my heart light is burning red. I don't coordinate. I don't build alliances. I hunt. I kill. I survive. Alone. That's what I am. But if we work together, Thorin, Lissa, even Tuscan, that's not how we do things. My voice is cold, flat. Waira don't cooperate. We're solitary, territorial. The idea that we're stronger together is a human fiction. They're coordinating! Her voice rises. You just said they're working together! And I'll kill them one by one until they're not. I move toward my weapons, claws sharpened on stone, bone blades I've kept for close work. The others can do what they want. Thorin can defend his territory. Tuscan can run or fight or hide. I don't care. But they stay out of my way. That's insane. That's survival. I don't look at her. Can't look at her. You want me to trust other males? Males I barely tolerate on good days? Males whose instinct is to kill me for being too close to their mates? You want me to coordinate with them while enemies circle us? They're not enemies. Everyone is an enemy until they're dead or gone. The words are harsh. True. Thorin is 5 miles away. That's not alliance distance. That's threat distance. I tolerate him because you want me to. But I don't trust him. Don't need him. Don't want his help. She's staring at me like I'm a stranger. Maybe I am. So what happens? She asks quietly. You go hunt them alone. And if you die, I don't die. You almost did 3 days ago. Because I was displaced, distracted, weak. The word tastes bitter. I won't make that mistake again. Kareth. This is what I am, Elira. I finally look at her. I'm not the cooperative pack animal you want me to be. I'm not going to hold hands with Thorin and sing songs about unity. I'm a solitary predator. I hunt alone. I kill alone. That's how I've survived for centuries, and it's how I'll survive this. For me? Her voice breaks slightly. You keep saying everything is for me, but you won't even consider working with others to keep us both safe? I'm keeping you safe by eliminating threats, not by exposing us to more variables I can't control. The others aren't variables, they're potential threats. I cut her off. Thorin wanted you once. Tried to take you. You think that just goes away? You think if we're all desperate and cornered together, old instincts won't surface? She flinches. He's bonded to Lissa now. Bonds break. Hunger wins. Desperation makes monsters of us all. I move closer, but don't touch her. I trust you. That's it. That's the list. Everyone else is a threat until proven otherwise. And I don't give them the chance to prove otherwise. The silence between us is vast. When do you leave? She finally asks. Tonight. And me? You stay. Seal the den. Don't open for anyone but me. Don't signal the others. Don't go out. My voice softens. Barely. If they come here, you scream. I'll hear. I'll come back. And if you don't come back, then you run. North. Find Thorin. Tell him I'm dead and he's responsible for you now. He'll honor that. I pause. That's the only coordination I need. A backup plan if I fail. You're not going to fail. No, I believe it. Have to. I'm not. She comes to me then, wraps her arms around my waist and holds on tight. I hate this, she whispers. I know. I hate that you won't even try. I am trying. My way. The only way I know how. I hold her carefully. You want me to be something I'm not. Cooperative. Social. Willing to trust other predators at my back. But that's not what I am. It's never been what I am. I know. Her voice is small. Sad. I just wish... I know. We stand there as the light fades. Two beings who love each other despite fundamental incompatibilities. Despite the fact that what she needs, community, cooperation, sisterhood, runs counter to everything I am. But love doesn't fix that. Love just makes us hurt more when we can't give each other what we need. I should prepare, I say quietly. She nods against my chest, doesn't let go immediately, just holds on a moment longer, then steps back. Kill them all, she says, and there's steel in her voice. Every last one. That's the plan. Night falls. I sharpen my claws one last time, check the den's defenses, make sure Elira has water and supplies to last days if needed. Then I go to the entrance. Lock it behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me. I will. If something goes wrong, it won't. If it does, North, Thorin, tell him. I will. I want to say more. Want to explain that this isn't about being stubborn or refusing help. It's about being what I am, what centuries have made me. But she knows. She sees me clearly. Loves me anyway, even when what I am fails to be what she needs. Come back to me, she says. Always. Then I'm gone, into the darkness, hunting enemies who think coordination makes them strong. I'll show them what solitary means, what apex predator means. What happens when you corner something that survived alone for centuries? They wanted strength through solitude. I'll give them mine, one corpse at a time.
Chapter 10. Elira. He's been gone for hours. I sit by the fire, watching shadows dance on cave walls, counting breaths, trying not to think about what's happening out there in the dark. Kerith is hunting, alone, against multiple enemies who've been coordinating, planning, surrounding us for weeks. And I'm here, safe, sealed in, waiting, useless. I stand, pace, sit back down, stand again. The den feels smaller every minute, the walls pressing in, the silence suffocating. I think about Lissa, about Vicky, about whether they know what's coming, whether their mates are as stubborn and solitary as mine, whether they're sitting in their own dens right now, waiting, useless, while males hunt alone. We should be together, should be coordinating, the women at least, even if the Waira won't. But Kerith forbade it. Don't signal anyone, don't go out, just wait. I've been good at waiting, good at obeying, good at being the protected thing instead of the protector. But my friends are out there, and I don't know if they're safe. The fire pops, sending sparks up. I watch them die against stone and make a decision. Just a quick check, just to the meeting spot by the stream. See if Vicky shows. We have a regular schedule now, every few days. If she's there, I'll warn her. If she's not, at least I tried. I'll be back before Kerith returns. He'll never know. The justification is flimsy and I know it, but I can't sit here anymore. Can't not know. I grab my knife, unseal the entrance, and slip out into the night. The forest is eerily quiet. No bird calls, no small creatures rustling, just the wind through branches and my own breathing. I move carefully, listening for anything that doesn't belong. Every shadow could be threat, every sound could be death. But I make it to the stream without incident. The meeting spot is empty. I wait, give it time. Maybe she's running late. Maybe she had the same idea. Check on friends, make sure everyone's alive. Minutes pass. 10, 20. No, Vicky. That's wrong. She's never missed a meeting, never been late without leaving a signal. Something cold settles in my stomach. I should go back. Should return to the den like I promised. This was stupid, reckless, exactly what Kerith warned me not to do. But what if she needs help? What if she's hurt, or trapped, or waiting for someone to find her? The thought propels me forward before I can think better of it. West, toward where Toscan's territory should be, where Vicky lives. I'm careful, so careful, every step measured, every sound analysed, but the forest stays quiet, too quiet. I smell it before I see it. Blood, fresh, a lot of it. My pace quickens despite every instinct screaming to run the other way. through the trees, following the scent. Then I see the den, or what's left of it. The entrance is torn open, destroyed, like something massive forced its way in with deliberate violence. Blood everywhere, splashed across stone, pooling on the ground, painted across trees in patterns that look almost deliberate. And the bodies. Tuscan first, his massive skeletal frame broken, scattered, ribs cracked, skull shattered, left in pieces like a message. And Vicky, small, pale, still, her throat torn out, eyes open and empty, blood soaking her dress, the one she was so proud of, the one she'd stitched carefully by firelight. Gone. Both of them, gone. I stand there frozen, unable to process what I'm seeing. This was coordinated, planned. They didn't just kill, they destroyed, made an example, and they left the bodies for someone to find, for me to find. A sound behind me, branch snapping, deliberate, snaps me out of shock. I run, don't look back, don't think, just run. Through the forest, branches tearing at my dress, roots trying to trip me, my breath coming in gasps, my heart hammering so hard it hurts. They're behind me. I know they are. Can feel eyes on my back. Feel the certainty of being hunted. I run faster. The den materializes through the trees like salvation. I don't slow down, just throw myself through the entrance and seal it behind me. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely work the mechanism, but I get it closed, locked, secure. Then I collapse. The grief hits like a physical blow. Vicky, sweet, tiny Vicky, with her short blonde hair and her laugh and her terrible attempts at making tea. Who joked about Waira anatomy and hit a man with a stick to save me? Who wanted community as badly as I did? Who talked about a fort fit for a queen? Dead and Tuscan, who I barely knew but who protected her, who gave her safety in this impossible world. Dead, both of them, slaughtered, left as warning. The sobs come violent and uncontrollable. I curl into myself by the fire and cry until there's nothing left. Hours pass, or maybe minutes. Time loses meaning. Eventually the tears stop. The grief settles into something harder, colder. They killed my friend. They destroyed her and her mate and left them like trash. And somewhere out there, Careth is hunting them alone, against multiple enemies, refusing help, refusing coordination. What if he's next? What if I'm sitting here waiting for him to come home and he's already dead, already torn apart like Tuscan, already left as message for someone else to find? The thought makes me want to vomit. I can't lose him, can't lose anyone else. But there's nothing I can do. Nothing except wait. Like he told me to. Wait and hope he's better than they are. Wait and hope solitary predator is enough. Wait and hope I don't end up like Vicky, eyes open, throat torn, left to rot while the world moves on without me. I feed the fire. Check the seal on the entrance. Make myself tea I don't drink. And wait. The night stretches endlessly. Every sound outside could be him returning, or them coming for me. I grip my knife and think about what I saw. Vicky dead, Tuscan destroyed. Both of them slaughtered while isolated, separated, vulnerable. Exactly what Careth insists we must be. Solitary, independent, refusing coordination. The enemies are working together, coordinating, planning, hunting in groups. And we're sitting alone in our territories, refusing to unite, picking each other off, one by one. Tuscan and Vicky were alone. Now they're dead. Careth is out there alone right now. I wanted community. Sisterhood. Women together, protected by our Waira working as allies. He refused, called it weakness, human fiction, insisted solitary was strength. The question rises unbidden, terrible, unavoidable. Is Careth the problem?
Chapter 11. Kareth. The first one dies quickly. I've been tracking him for hours, following the scent through dense forest, over rocky terrain, into territory that borders mine but isn't quite mine. He's moving with purpose, not hiding his trail, and that tells me everything I need to know. Arrogant, confident, believes coordination makes him untouchable. He's wrong. I take him in a clearing where moonlight pools silver on the ground. Fast, from behind. Spine first, then throat. He drops without sound beyond the initial crack of bone. I stand over the body and feel nothing but cold satisfaction. One down. The hunger stirs, always stirs after a kill. But I don't feed. Can't. Waira don't feed on Waira. The curse doesn't work that way. His essence is as hollow and corrupted as mine. So I leave him where he fell. Let whoever finds him understand. This territory is defended. Violently. I move on. The second one I wound but don't kill. He's faster, more alert, and when I strike he's already moving. My claws rake across his shoulder instead of his spine, and he roars. The sound echoes through the forest, deliberate, communicating. Calling for help. Two more answer from different directions, closer than they should be, surrounding. I could stay, could fight all three, probably win. But the roar wasn't just communication. It was strategy. He's trying to draw me away, pin me down, keep me occupied. While something else happens. The realization hits cold and certain. Elira. She's alone, sealed in the den like I told her. But if they know about her, if they've been watching, she's vulnerable. I run. Leave the wounded one bleeding, leave the others closing in. Just run for home with everything I have. The forest blurs around me. Trees, rocks, the cold night air burning in my lungs even though I don't need to breathe. Faster. The den appears through the trees, and everything looks normal. Sealed. Undisturbed. But something's wrong. I can smell it before I reach the entrance. Her fear. Sharp and acrid and recent. Elira! Silence. Elira, it's me. Open the entrance. A pause that lasts forever. Then the sound of the seal being released. She appears in the opening, and my heart light flares white. She's pale, shaking, her eyes too wide, her breathing too fast. Not injured, no blood, no visible wounds, but traumatized. Something happened. I'm through the entrance before she can speak, pulling her inside, sealing it behind us. What happened? My hands, claws are on her face, her shoulders, checking for injury. Are you hurt? Did they come here? Did someone... No. Her voice is small, broken. Not here. I left. I went to check on Vicky. She didn't show for our meeting and Ice spreads through my chest. You left the den. Not a question. A statement of fact that tastes like ash. After I told you to stay. To seal the entrance. To wait. She didn't show. Her voice rises, defensive and devastated. I just wanted to check, to make sure she was safe. And? She looks at me and I see it in her eyes. The horror. The grief. They're dead. The words come out flat, empty. Vicky and Tuscan. Both of them. Their den was destroyed. Bodies everywhere. Her voice breaks. They tore them apart, Kareth. Left them like trash. The information lands, but doesn't surprise me. I knew losses were coming. Knew the coordination on the other side meant systematic hunting. Just didn't know which of us would be first. When? I ask. I don't know. Recent. The blood was still wet. Maybe hours, maybe less. Hours. While I was hunting in the opposite direction. While Elira was sealed here, safe until she wasn't. While Tuscan and his mate died alone in their territory. You shouldn't have gone, I say. And the words come out harder than I mean. You exposed yourself. If they'd been watching... They're dead. She's crying now, angry and grieving and furious. My friend is dead. And you're worried about me being exposed? Yes. I pull her close despite her resistance. Yes, because you're what matters. Not them, not Tuscan, not anyone else. You. She fights me for a moment, then collapses against my chest. The sobs come violent and wrenching, and I hold her through it. Vicky. The small blonde human who laughed too loud and made terrible tea, who Elira bonded with, who represented hope for something larger than survival. Dead. And Tuscan, a male I barely knew, barely tolerated, who kept his distance and his mate safe. Until he didn't. The silence between sobs is heavy. They were isolated, she finally says against my chest. Just like us. Just like you said we should be. And it got them killed. The accusation hangs there. Coordination wouldn't have saved them, I say quietly. They were in their own den, their own territory. Even if Thorin or I had been nearby, we wouldn't have known until it was too late. But if we'd been together, we'd be a bigger target, easier to find, easier to eliminate all at once. I tilt her face up, make her look at me. They died because they weren't strong enough, not because they were alone. That's cold. That's truth. I touch her face, claws gentle. I'm sorry about your friend. I am. But her death doesn't change what we are. What I am. Solitary predators. We don't survive by gathering. We survive by being dangerous enough that attacking us isn't worth the cost. And if we're not dangerous enough, then we die. Simple, brutal, true. But we die fighting, not huddled together hoping numbers will save us. She's looking at me like she's seeing me clearly for the first time. Not the mate who hunts for her, not the monster who became something more. Just the predator I've always been. Cold, ruthless, willing to let others die if it means she survives. I hate this, she whispers. I know. I hate that you're probably right. That surprises me. I expected anger, demands that I coordinate, that I try something different. Instead, acceptance. Bitter, painful acceptance. We need to be stronger, she says finally. Not more, not bigger. Just stronger. Is there a way? The question I've been asking myself since the first howls announced this war. Is there a way to survive without coordination, without making ourselves targets, without compromising everything I am? Maybe. The old ways, I say slowly. Before Waira were solitary. Before we forgot what we used to be. There's magic, power, things the ancient elves knew that we've lost. Can we learn them? Maybe. I'm thinking out loud now. There's someone, an elder, Fenris. He's older than me by centuries, kept to himself in the northern mountains. But he knows things, remembers things. Would he help us? I don't know. Honest. But it's a chance. Better than waiting here for them to come for us. She nods against my chest, resolute. Then we go to him. It's dangerous. Days of travel, through territory we don't know. We could be ambushed, tracked, killed before we arrive. We could be killed here just as easily. She looks up at me. Vicky's dead. Tuscan's dead. How long before it's us? The question I've been avoiding. Not long. Not if they're coordinating. Not if they're systematically eliminating bonded pairs. We're targets. Just haven't been found yet. We leave tomorrow, I say. Before dawn. Take only what we can carry. Move fast. Don't stop. What about Thorin? Lissa? Should we? No. The word is absolute. We tell no one. We leave no trail. If they're watching, we don't give them warning or direction. But they survive or they don't. That's not our burden. I hold her tighter. You wanted to trust my path. This is it. We go alone. We stay alive. Everything else is secondary. She's quiet for a long moment, then nods. Okay. You're sure? No, she laughs, bitter and small. But I'm choosing this anyway. Choosing you. Whatever it costs. We hold each other in the darkness, and I feel the weight of what's coming. A journey into unknown territory, seeking an elder who may not help, chasing power that may not exist. But it's a path, a chance, something other than waiting to die. I killed one tonight, wounded another, but more escaped. More are coming. The war isn't over, it's barely begun. And Vicky's body cooling in the forest is just the first casualty of many. But Elira is alive, with me, choosing this darkness. That's enough. It has to be. Still refusing to go gentle into the dark.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 12. Elira. As the night deepens, the cold presses in like an unwelcome intruder, but Kerith's presence is a shield against it. His bony arms wrap around me, pulling me tighter against his skeletal frame. The gold glow of his heartlight bathes us in a soft ethereal warmth that defies the chill air. I nestle into him, my back to his chest, feeling the hard ridges of his ribs against my spine. It's not the embrace of a human lover. There's no soft flesh, no yielding warmth, but it's ours. It's the bond that's kept me alive, that's turned terror into something fierce and unbreakable. I shift slightly, my body aching from the day's march, but the ache stirs something deeper. The shared vulnerability, the raw edge of survival. It's intoxicating. My breath quickens as I feel his long, clawed fingers trace the curve of my hip through the furs. He doesn't speak. Waira communicate in touches, in the pulse of that inner light. But I know he senses it too, the heat building between us like a fire we can't afford to light outside. "Elira," he murmurs, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through his chest into my back. It's not a question, but an acknowledgement. His hand slides lower, slipping under the edge of my skirt, the salvaged dark elf garment that's torn and practical but now feels like an invitation.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. The afterglow is a brief respite from the world's horrors. His arm drapes over me, protective, loving in its silent way. The sex was hardcore, charged with the desperation of our flight, but beneath it, it's us, Keeper and Waira, bound against the darkness. For now, in this hidden hollow, we're safe, alive, together. As my breathing slows, I trace patterns on his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartlight. The night presses on, but for this moment it's enough. Tomorrow we'll run again, but tonight we've claimed a piece of defiance in the wild. Chapter 13. Elira. My world has shrunk to the sound of my own breathing. Left foot, right foot, breathe. The mantra is a thin, fraying thread I cling to, the only thing that keeps me from collapsing. Every muscle in my legs burns with a deep, acidic fire. My pack, light as it is, feels like it's loaded with stones, the straps digging raw trenches into my shoulders. We have been moving since before dawn, and this is the third day. The landscape of the Corzadern Ridge has passed in a monotonous blur of skeletal trees, grey sky, and treacherous frost-slicked rock. I am so tired I think my bones might dissolve. I no longer feel the individual scrapes or the ache in my back. It has all merged into one dull, relentless wave of pain. But I will not slow down. I watch the back of Carith's skull as he moves ahead of me, a fluid, tireless shadow. He is a machine of bone and purpose, never breaking stride, never seeming to tire. His heart light is a steady, golden point of light in the gloom of the forest, a beacon I focus on. I will not be the one who fails. I will not be the reason we are caught. The memory of Vicky's body, torn and discarded, is a more potent fuel than food or rest. Fear is a cruel but effective master. I push the pain down, lock it away, and focus on the only thing that matters. Left foot, right foot, breathe. We descend from a high, wind-blasted ridge into a narrow valley. The change is immediate and deeply unsettling. The wind dies and the air becomes heavy, hot, and stagnant. The silence is wrong. Up on the ridge, the wind was a constant scream, and birds I couldn't see called to each other. Here, there is nothing. No birds, no rustle of small animals in the undergrowth, just the damp, heavy smell of rot and baked earth. Then the other scent hits me, and my blood turns to ice. It's not one smell, but a complex, layered assault. At the bottom is the rank, coppery tang of stale meat, a butcher shop smell I remember from the dark elf camp. Over that lies the sharp, acrid sting of bitter herbs, not the clean, earthy scents of the ones I gather, but something medicinal and foul. And lacing through it all is the sour, unmistakable reek of cheap shisk. I know this combination. I know it in my bones. Carith, I whisper, my voice catching. He is already frozen, his entire frame rigid, his head cocked as he tastes the air. His heartlight, which had been a steady gold, flares for a single, terrifying beat into a brilliant hard white. "Dark elves," he hisses. The sound is a low, guttural vibration. Recent. They are hunting and they move quickly. My first instinct is to run, to scramble back up the ridge we just descended, but Carith does the opposite. He doesn't retreat. He turns sharply to the right, plunging directly off the faint game trail we were following and into the most hostile part of the terrain. He moves toward a dense, angry-looking wall of thorny underbrush and fallen trees. He looks back, his dark eye sockets demanding. "Walk where the growth is new and thick," he commands, his voice low and flat. "Move where the thorns already snag. Make the forest believe we are only too frightened of passing through." I don't hesitate. I follow him into the tangle. The thorns are immediate and brutal. They catch my salvaged tunic, ripping threads. They tear at the skin on my arms and hands, leaving a dozen small, stinging lacerations. The pain is sharp and bright, cutting through the dull ache of my exhaustion. The cold clarity of pure fear is a new fuel, burning hotter than adrenaline. I watch Carith's efficiency, the way he moves through the hostile brush, barely displacing a branch, his focus absolute. He isn't just running, he's erasing us. He's a strategist, and I am his only asset. We fight the underbrush for what feels like an hour, my lungs burning, the taste of copper in my mouth. When we finally emerge from the worst of it, I see a clearer path ahead, another narrow animal trail. I take a step toward it, craving the relief of flat, open ground, but Carith's arm shoots out, blocking me. He gestures for me to stop. Then, with a fluid, silent motion, he moves 10 feet to my left, his tall, skeletal silhouette vanishing almost completely into the deep, dark shadows between two massive pines. His heartlight, deliberately banked, is now just a single, faint golden point in the gloom. He gestures me forward, onto the open path. The realization is instantaneous and cold. I am the lure. He is using me as bait. If the dark elf hunters are following, if they are scanning the path ahead, they will see me, the human, the easy, obvious, vulnerable prey. They will focus on me, commit to their attack, and he will strike from the flank. The thought should be terrifying. It should feel like a betrayal, like he's sacrificing me. But it doesn't. It feels like the coldest, most profound form of trust he has ever shown me. He trusts me to be strong enough to walk this path. He trusts me to play my part. And I trust him to be the death that waits in the shadows. The intimacy of our den, the shared warmth of the furs, the whispered conversations about the other, that all feels like a lifetime ago. That was a bond of protector and protected. This is something new. It's a cold, hard, professional partnership. The tension I feel now isn't the familiar, comfortable awareness of his presence. It's a shared, professional terror. We are a two-being unit, and I am the tip of the spear. I grip the straps of my pack, lift my chin, and put one foot in front of the other. I walk onto the exposed path, every nerve alight. The forest is no longer just a place we are moving through. It's a stage. Every sound is magnified. The snap of a distant twig, the caw of a karasu miles away, the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I can feel Carith's presence to my left, a coiled, silent promise of violence. I keep walking, my gaze fixed forward, and I do not complain.
Chapter 14. Carith. I've been watching them for an hour. The camp sprawls across a natural clearing like a tumor, excessive, wasteful, arrogant in its visibility. 3 massive tents, their fabric dyed in rich purples and golds that catch even the weak afternoon light. A fire pit large enough to roast a full suru, currently burning with seasoned wood that someone carried here for the sole purpose of comfort. Crates of supplies stacked carelessly. Wine bottles, actual glass, actual wine scattered around like they're disposable. And the dark elves themselves, 5 of them, fat, soft, draped in hunting clothes that have never seen real use, leather and fur that cost more than most humans earn in a lifetime. They lounge on carved chairs, carried into the wilderness, drinking and laughing and complaining about the cold. These are not hunters. These are prey playing dress-up. But the 2 others, the guides, they're different, lean, hard, moving with the efficient economy of professionals. One is checking traps along the perimeter. The other is sharpening blades with the kind of focus that speaks to experience. Their gear is functional, worn, maintained. Their weapons are quality but practical. These 2 have killed before. I watch from my position in the dense undergrowth 50 feet upslope. Elira is 20 feet to my right, tucked into a hollow beneath a fallen log where I positioned her. She hasn't moved, hasn't made a sound. Good. The plan is simple. Observe, wait for them to move on, avoid engagement entirely. We don't need this fight. One of the round elves stands, wobbling slightly. He's holding a crossbow that looks comically oversized in his hands. "Where is my kill?" he demands, voice carrying across the clearing. "You promised me a kill today and all I've seen are birds." The guide who's been checking traps returns, expressionless. "The larger game is cautious, my lord. We must be patient." "Patient." The fat elf spits the word. "I paid you for action, for sport, not to sit in the cold drinking jisk while you make excuses." The guide's jaw tightens, but he says nothing, just nods and moves toward the tree line. I watch him work. He's good. Scanning for tracks, reading sign, moving with deliberate care. Not a novice, not someone who'll make mistakes. The other guy joins him and they confer quietly. Then they spread out, methodical, checking a wider perimeter. And then I see what they're hunting. A day, young, maybe 2 years old, appears at the far edge of the clearing, limping, blood on its flank. One of the guides already wounded it, drove it here, toward the camp, toward the clients. There! One of the fattest elves shrieks, pointing. There it is! My kill! The guides fade back, letting the clients surge forward with their expensive crossbows and their complete lack of skill. The day bolts, but it's injured, slow, and the guides have positioned it perfectly. Limited escape routes, clear line of sight for the clients. 3 crossbow bolts fly. All 3 miss. The day makes it 10 feet before one of the guides steps out from cover and puts an arrow through its lung. Professional. Precise. The animal drops. I got it! The fat elf who fired first is jumping, ecstatic. Did you see? Clean shot! Right through the heart! The guide who actually made the kill says nothing, just nods. Congratulations, my lord. A fine kill. We must have it mounted. Prepared. I want the head for my hall. I watch the performance with cold fascination. This is what they paid for. The illusion of competence. The story they'll tell when they return to whatever soft life they came from. The guides do the real work, skinning the day, preparing the meat, maintaining the fiction that these fat, useless creatures are hunters. It would be amusing if it weren't so dangerous. Because the guides are good, and 2 professionals with weapons and experience are a real threat, regardless of how useless their clients are. I shift my weight, preparing to signal Elira that we're pulling back, moving around them, letting them have their little fantasy hunt. The branch beneath my hand cracks, not loud, barely a sound in the greater noise of the forest. But the guide who made the kill, the one currently gutting the day, goes completely still. His head turns slowly, scanning the tree line. Not panicked, not alarmed, just listening. I freeze, don't breathe, don't move. He tilts his head slightly and I see his hand move to the knife at his belt. Then he makes a gesture, subtle, professional, to the other guide. 2 fingers pointed toward my position, a tap on his ear. He heard. The other guide nods, sets down the trap he was checking and moves. Not toward me directly. Too obvious. Flanking, circling wide to come at my position from the side. The rich elves are oblivious, still celebrating the kill, still drinking, laughing. But the professionals are hunting now. Hunting me. I can retreat. Pull back deeper into the forest, lose them in the terrain. But Elira is to my right, and any retreat path that doesn't expose her position requires me to move left first, which puts me between them and her, which means if they follow, they find her. Not acceptable. So I don't retreat. I prepare. My heart light dims, banking down to the faintest glow. My claws flex once, testing readiness. I shift my weight onto the balls of my feet, ready to move in any direction. The first guide is still by the dead day, but his eyes are locked on the forest. On my approximate position. His hand is on his blade now, ready. The second is out of sight, circling, closing. The fat elves finally notice something's wrong. What is it? One asks, nervous now. What did you hear? Probably nothing, my lord. The first guide's voice is calm, professional. Just checking the perimeter. Standard procedure. Well, check it quickly. I want to get back to drinking. The guide doesn't answer. Just keeps watching. Waiting. Then the second guide appears. Not where I expected him. Farther left. Better angle. He's good. Moved silently through terrain that should have betrayed him. He's looking right at my position. Our eyes meet across 50 feet of forest. For a moment, neither of us moves. Then he smiles. Not cruel, not mocking, just acknowledgement. Hunter recognizing hunter. He raises his bow slowly, deliberately, giving me a chance to run. I don't run. I explode from cover. The arrow passes through the space where my skull was a heartbeat before. He's fast, already knocking another shaft by the time I've closed half the distance. But I'm faster. I'm on him before the second arrow is drawn. Claws through his bow arm, shattering bone. He drops the weapon without sound, professional to the end, and his other hand is already drawing a long knife. We crash together, and he's better than I expected. The blade finds gaps in my guard, scoring bone twice before I adjust. He's been trained to fight Waira, knows the weak points, the leverage points, but knowing and doing are different things. I get my claws around his throat and squeeze. He dies quietly, professionally. Monster! The scream comes from the clearing. The rich elves have finally understood what's happening. The first guide is running toward me, blade drawn, face set in grim determination. Behind him, the fat elves are scattering like startled birds. One trips over a chair, another fumbles with his crossbow. A third just runs. The guide reaches me, and this one's even better than his partner. His blade work is excellent, precise, economical, targeting joints and vulnerable points. He's not trying to kill me outright. He's trying to disable, to slow me down while his clients escape. Noble, useless. I take hits. Can't avoid them all. His blade scores deep across my ribs, finds the joint in my shoulder, draws a line of fire across my skull. But I'm stronger, faster, and I'm not trying to disable. I'm trying to kill. My claws find his chest, punch through leather and flesh and bone. His eyes widen, not fear, just surprise, and he drops. 2 down. The clearing is chaos now. The fat elves screaming, scrambling, one of them firing his crossbow wildly. The bolt goes wide, buries itself in a tree 10 feet from anything living. I'm wounded, bleeding from a dozen cuts. The hunger is roaring, demanding I feed on the warm bodies scattered around me. But I can't. They're not human, not prey, just obstacles. I start toward the nearest fat elf, the one who's frozen in terror, too scared to run, when I see movement from the corner of my eye. Elira. She's emerged from her hiding spot, and she's moving toward one of the fat elves who's trying to reload his crossbow with shaking hands. No, not moving toward. Stalking. She has her knife out, the small blade I gave her months ago, and her face is set in cold determination. The fat elf doesn't see her. Too focused on the crossbow. Too panicked. She's on him before he can react. The knife goes in under his ribs. Not a killing blow, not immediately. But he drops the crossbow and staggers. She stabs again. And again. Not skilled. Not efficient. But determined. He falls. She stands over him, breathing hard, covered in his blood. Our eyes meet across the clearing. I see no horror in her face. No regret. Just the same cold certainty I feel. This is what we are now. The remaining fat elves are gone, fled into the forest, probably still running. Let them. They're not threats. The clearing is ours, bodies, blood, supplies. I move to Elira, check her for injuries. She's fine. Shaking slightly, but fine. Are you hurt? I ask. No. Her voice is steady. You? Nothing serious. The wounds are already starting to close. Waira healing. We need to move. The ones who ran will bring more hunters. We have maybe hours before this place is swarming. She nods, already moving toward the supply crates. Practical, efficient. We loot quickly. Food, water, a map, actual paper, detailed, showing the northern territories. This helps, she says, studying it. We're here. Fenris should be. She traces a line north. 3 more days if we push hard. 3 more days. 3 more days of exposure, of risk. But also 3 days closer to answers. to power, to whatever the old ways can give us. I move through the camp, assessing what's useful. Then I see it. On the body of the first guide, the one who almost killed me, there's a blade at his hip. Not the one he used in the fight, a different one. Sheathed in worn leather, the hilt wrapped in dark cord. I pull it free, and even I can recognize quality. The blade is maybe 8 inches long. Dark metal, not iron, something better. The edge catches the fading light, and I can see it's been maintained with obsessive care. The balance is perfect, the weight exactly right for a human hand. This isn't a tool. This is a weapon that's taken lives. Many lives. I turn it over, examining. There are markings etched near the hilt, dark elf script I can't read. But the craftsmanship speaks for itself. This blade is worth more than the tent, more than the wine, more than all the expensive, useless trappings these fat elves carried into the wilderness. This is worth more than a life, maybe several lives. I move to Elira, who's securing supplies in her pack. "Here," I say, offering the blade. She looks up, sees what I'm holding, and goes still. That's... She reaches for it slowly, reverently, takes it from my claws and tests the weight. Her eyes widen. "This is beautiful." "It's yours. Kareth, this is... I can't... You can!" I touch her face, careful with my claws. "You killed today, with a blade meant for cutting meat, not throats. You need something better." She looks down at the weapon in her hands, the dark metal gleaming, the perfect balance, the promise of death held in careful steel. "This belonged to the guide," she says quietly. "The good one?" "Yes. He almost killed you with his other blade." "Yes." She's quiet for a minute, running her thumb along the flat of the blade, testing the edge with careful respect. "Then I'll honor it," she says finally. "Use it well, the way he would have wanted. He would have killed us both without hesitation." "I know." She slides it into her belt, and it sits there like it was made for her. But he was good at what he did. Professional. That deserves respect. This is what she's become. What we've made her. A woman who can kill a man with a cheap knife and feel no guilt. Who can take a dead hunter's blade and honor his skill while standing over his employer's corpse. Cold. Practical. Lethal. Mine. "We need to move," I say. "The ones who ran will bring more hunters. We have maybe hours." She nods, already shouldering her pack, one hand resting naturally on the hilt of her new blade. "We leave the bodies where they fell. Let the forest take them. Let whoever finds this place understand. Some things in these mountains hunt back. We move north, fast, putting distance between us and the massacre." Behind us, the expensive tents flap in the wind. The fire still burns. The wine bottles gleam in the fading light. A monument to arrogance. And a warning to anyone else who thinks the wilderness is a playground for the rich and bored. We are the wilderness now, Elira and I, predator and partner. And we're going somewhere these soft, stupid creatures could never follow. Toward power. Toward whatever darkness waits between who we were and who we're becoming. She touches the blade at her hip as we run, and I see her smile. Not joy, not satisfaction, just recognition. She's armed now, properly armed. And God's help anyone who underestimates the small human woman with the blade worth more than a life.
Chapter 15. Elira. We run, not the careful, strategic movement from before. Just raw flight, eating distance as fast as my legs will carry me. Kareth sets a brutal pace, and I match it because stopping means thinking, and thinking means seeing that fat elf's face as my knife went in. Again and again. My hand keeps finding the new blade at my hip. The weight of it unfamiliar but right. Real. Solid. The terrain climbs steadily, forcing us to work for every mile. Rocky slopes, dense pine forests that claw at our clothes, streams so cold they make my feet ache. Hours pass, the light fades, my legs are screaming, my lungs burning, As full dark settles, Carith raises a hand. "Here," he says. "We're far enough." I collapse against a tree trunk, gasping. "How far behind do you think they are?" "The ones who ran?" He's already checking the perimeter. If they went straight back to wherever they came from, we have maybe a day. If they got lost, panicked, died in the forest, longer. And if they're smarter than we think, then we'll deal with it. He returns, settles beside me. But I don't think they were smart, just rich and scared. In the dim moonlight, I can see the damage from the fight. Deep scores across his ribs, a crack in his shoulder joint, the line across his skull still visible. "Let me see those wounds," I say. "I'm fine. It's healing." "Carith? Really, Let me see, or I'll make it worse by poking at it anyway." He actually laughs, a low, rasping sound. "Threats now? Whatever works." I'm already reaching for him. "Sit still." He allows it, and I examine the wounds with careful fingers. The worst is the shoulder. The guide's blade found the joint. "That one was good," Carith says quietly. "The first guide, very good. If he'd had backup, but he didn't." I clean the wound with water from my pack. "You killed him." "We killed them." His eye sockets find mine in the darkness. "You killed one too." The words sit between us. "Does it get easier?" I ask quietly. "No." His voice is flat, honest. "You just get colder. The first kill is the hardest because you still remember what it felt like to hesitate. After that, you just stop hesitating." I didn't hesitate. "I know. I saw." He touches my face with careful claws. "You did well." I stabbed him 3 times because I didn't know where to put the knife to make him stop. "And now you know. Next time you'll be more efficient." "Next time," I echo, the certainty of it. There will be a next time. Yes, I think about that. About the trajectory from terrified human to killer who needs to learn efficiency. "I'm not sorry," I say finally. "I thought I would be, but I'm not." "Good, you shouldn't be." He tilts my chin up. "He would have killed you if he could. Slowly. For sport. That's what they do." "I know. And you'll do it again if you have to." "Yes." I touch the blade at my hip. This helps, knowing I have something that works. The guide who owned that blade knew what he was doing, respected it, maintained it. Carith's voice carries an odd note. "He almost killed me with his other knife. He was professional, skilled. But you were better." "Barely. If he'd had 1 more second," he stops. "I got lucky." "You got skilled. There's a difference." "Not always." We sit in silence for a moment. Then I say, "You need to feed." "I'm fine." "You're wounded and you fought hard. Feed." "Elira, don't make me threaten you again." I offer my wrist. "Take it." He hesitates, then takes my wrist in his clawed hand and drinks. The sensation is familiar now. The slight sting, the warmth spreading, the intimacy of it. When he's done, he seals the wound and pulls me close. "Thank you," he murmurs. "Always." I settle against his chest, exhaustion finally catching up. "Wake me halfway through the night. You need rest too." "We'll see." "Carith, I'll consider it." "That means you won't do it." "Probably not." I want to argue, but I'm too tired. "You're impossible. And you're stubborn." "We match then." "Yes, we do." I close my eyes, feeling his claws gentle in my hair, and let the darkness take me. Dawn breaks, grey and cold. I wake stiff and sore. Carith is exactly where he was when I fell asleep. "You didn't wake me," I accuse immediately. "You needed the rest." "So do you." "I don't need sleep the way you do. The meditation is enough." "That's not—" I stop. Are you lying to make me feel better? Would I do that? Yes. Absolutely yes. He makes that rasping laugh sound again. Maybe I'm telling the truth. Maybe you're not. I stretch, wincing. How much farther? If we push hard? He's studying the map. We could reach Fenris's territory by nightfall. That's good, right? The terrain gets worse from here. Higher, more exposed. How much worse? Remember yesterday when you thought you couldn't take another step? Yes. Like that, but for 8 hours straight. I groan. Wonderful. We can rest here longer if you need. No. I'm already checking my pack. We didn't come this far to waste time. Let's go. You're sure? Are you doubting my stamina? I raise an eyebrow. I've kept up so far. You have. His voice carries approval. Better than I expected. Was that a compliment? Don't let it go to your head. Too late. I'm basking in it. We start moving, and immediately I understand what he meant. The slopes become brutal climbs. The forest thins to nothing, leaving us exposed. Tell me about Fenris, I say after an hour of silent climbing. Partly to distract from the burning in my legs, partly because I genuinely want to know. What do you want to know? Everything. What he's like. Why he'd help us. Whether he'll kill us on sight for trespassing. He won't kill us. Probably. Probably. He's territorial, but he's also different. Took a human mate, like I did. When? Decades ago, maybe longer. I don't know the details. And she's still alive? As far as I know. He pauses. The old ways he studied, they included preservation, extension of life. If he learned those secrets, she might live much longer than normal. Could he teach us that? Maybe, if he's willing. What if he's not? I ask. What if we came this way and he just tells us to leave? Then we convince him. How? I don't know yet. He glances back at me. We'll figure it out when we get there. That's not a plan. No, it's hope. I didn't think you believed in hope. I didn't. Then I met you. The words are simple, quiet, but they land like stones in still water. You're getting sentimental in your old age, I say, trying to lighten the moment. Centuries old. I'm allowed. How many centuries? Enough that I've lost count. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. We climb in silence for a while. The wind picks up, cutting through my clothes. What about the old ways? I ask. What are they exactly? Magic, power, things the ancient elves knew before the curse. He's quiet for a moment. There's a darkness that sits between who we were and who we are now. Sometimes Waira catch a glimpse of it, gives them the other. What's the other? I don't fully know, just fragments, whispers, things Waira don't speak about openly. His voice drops. But I've felt it, moments when the curse lifts just slightly, when I remember what it was like to be alive, to have flesh, to be more than hunger and bone. Is it painful? Yes. And no, it's complicated. Everything about you is complicated, and you still chose me. Moment of weakness. Liar. I smile despite the exhaustion. Maybe. Hours pass. The conversation ebbs and flows, sometimes talking, sometimes silent companionship. The terrain gets worse, but somehow the dialogue makes it bearable. Late afternoon, we reach a high plateau. There, Carith says, pointing. That's Fenris's territory. I see markers in the distance, a cave system built into the mountainside. He knows we're here, Carith adds. Has probably known for miles. Then why hasn't he challenged us? I don't know, it's wrong. We move forward cautiously, and I realize what he means. It's too quiet, I whisper. Yes. No birds, no movement. I know. Then the smell hits. Smoke. Wrong smoke. Careth. I smell it. His voice has gone flat, cold. Blood. Recent. No, we struggled to come all this way. Stay close to me. We move faster, following the smoke. The smell gets stronger, acrid, mixed with death. We round a rocky outcrop, and Fenris's den comes into view. The entrance is destroyed, torn open. Smoke rising from inside, blood everywhere. Gods, I whisper. What happened here? Nothing good. Careth is already moving toward the entrance. Stay behind me. If anything moves, you run. I'm not leaving you. Elira, if anything moves, you run. His voice brooks no argument. I nod, hand on my blade, and follow him toward the massacre. We came here, for this, for blood and smoke and another dead end. What do we do now? I ask quietly. We find out what happened. His voice is grim. And then we decide if this changes anything. How could it not change everything? He doesn't answer, just moves forward into the smoke and blood and silence. And I follow without question. 8800.
Chapter 16. Careth. The entrance to the den yawns before us like a wound. I move forward slowly, every sense alert. Elira is behind me, close enough that I can hear her breathing, far enough that she won't be in my way if I need to move fast. Stay close, I murmur. If anything moves. I know. Run. Her voice is tight. You've said. I mean it. I know. The interior is worse than the entrance suggested. Blood. Everywhere. Splashed across stone walls. Pooled in depressions in the floor. Painted in long streaks that speak of violence and desperation. But it's not just blood. The den itself is destroyed. Carefully arranged stones scattered. Supplies overturned and trampled. A cooking area. Actual domesticity. Smashed and broken. And the gouges. Deep claw marks torn into solid stone. Not random. Deliberate. The marks of a Waira fighting with everything he has. Fenris fought here. Fought hard. Gods, Elira whispers behind me. What happened? A hunt. I move deeper, reading the signs. Systematic. Someone came here to destroy. One attacker or multiple. I study the patterns. The claw marks. The blood trails. One. The realization is cold. Just one. How can you tell? The claw marks are all the same size, same depth, same spacing. I point to a particularly vicious gouge. One Waira did this. That's impossible. Look at the damage. I know. If one Waira did this much damage, he's stronger than anything I've faced. Stronger than the one who nearly killed me. Maybe stronger than Fenris himself. We move deeper into the den, following the blood trails. They're getting smaller, thinner, too small. Careth! Elira's voice is shaking. Those trails, I see them. Children. The blood trails are from children. We round a corner into what must have been sleeping quarters, and I see her. A human woman. Small. Dark hair matted with blood. Huddled over 3 small forms on the floor. She looks up as we enter, and the terror in her eyes is absolute. Stay back! Her voice cracks. Stay away from them! We're not here to hurt you, I say carefully, keeping my distance. I'm Careth. We came seeking Fenris. For help. She doesn't move. Just stays crouched over the bodies, protective even now. Elira steps around me slowly, hands visible, non-threatening. I'm Elira, she says gently. I'm human, like you. We're not with whoever did this. The woman's eyes move between us, Waira and human, like her and Fenris. Wendy, she finally says. Her voice is hollow. I'm Wendy, and they're dead. My babies are dead. Elira moves closer and I stay back. Human to human. The connection I can't provide. Elira kneels beside Wendy and I see what she's protecting. 3 children. Waira. Part human, part curse. Not fully one or the other. Young. Maybe equivalent to human 10-year-olds. Their bones are lighter than adult Waira. Their frames smaller. More delicate. Were more delicate. Now they're broken. Torn apart. Slaughtered like animals. The rage that rises in me is unexpected and absolute. Who did this? My voice comes out harder than I intend. Wendy flinches, but Elira touches her arm gently. It's okay. He won't hurt you. Tell us what happened. Wendy's eyes are unfocused, seeing the past, reliving it. Dawn, she whispers. He came at dawn. One of them. Huge. Bigger than Fenris. Bigger than... She looks at me. Bigger than you. 1, I confirm. Just 1? Just 1. Her voice breaks. He went for the children first. Before Fenris could react. Before any of us. She stops. They were asleep. They didn't even have time to be afraid. Where is Fenris? I ask. Fighting. He fought so hard. Wounded the attacker. But couldn't kill him. She's trembling now. The attacker said something. Said, this is just the start, and fled. North. And Fenris pursued him, I finish. Yes. In rage. In grief. He told me to stay. To hide. To wait for him. Her hands tighten on the smallest child. But he's been gone hours. And they're so cold now. The silence is heavy. 1 Waira. Strong enough to kill 3 Waira children before their father could stop him. Strong enough to wound Fenris and escape alive. This is the ideology, I say quietly. The one spreading strength through solitude. They're targeting bonded pairs, Elira adds. Families. Anyone who's chosen connection over isolation. Why? Wendy's voice is desperate. Why would they do this? We hurt no one. We lived here in peace. My children. They were innocent. They don't care about innocent. I'm still reading the signs of the fight. They care about purity, about eliminating what they see as corruption, bonds, mates, love. All of it is weakness to them. That's insane. Yes. Elira is crying now, holding Wendy as she breaks down over her dead children. Human grief shared between them. I stand apart, useless in this moment, unable to provide comfort, only able to assess threat and plan next moves. We can't leave Wendy here. She'll die, but we can't take her with us. She'll slow us down. And Fenris is out there somewhere, wounded and enraged, pursuing an enemy who might be leading him into a trap. We need to, I start. Sound from the entrance. Heavy footsteps, uneven, labored. Someone's coming. I move immediately, positioning myself between the entrance and the women. Elira, get Wendy and get them behind that far wall. Now. She doesn't argue, just helps Wendy up, guiding her away from the bodies she won't leave willingly. The footsteps get closer. My heart light is banked low, claws ready, every muscle coiled. The figure appears in the entrance, massive, easily a head taller than me, broader, older. I see it in the way his bones have settled, the weight of centuries. Covered in blood, fresh wounds still weeping, one arm hanging wrong. His heart light is a dim, furious red. Fenris. His eye sockets sweep the room, land on his dead children, on Wendy crying behind me, on me standing in his destroyed den. Another male Waira, in his territory, with his family. No, I start to say, we're not... He doesn't let me finish, just roars. The sound is primal, grief and rage and violence distilled into pure fury. Then he moves, faster than something his size should move, faster than something so wounded should be capable of. His claws are extended, aimed for my throat. I barely get my guard up in time. His weight crashes into me, and we go down in a tangle of bone and fury. "Fenris, stop!" Wendy's voice, distant, desperate. "He's not with them!" But Fenris isn't hearing, isn't listening, just attacking. His claws rake across my shoulder, find my ribs, tear deep gouges that would kill a human instantly. I'm trying not to hurt him, trying to defend without escalating. But he's not giving me a choice. His claws come for my throat again, and this time I can't block.
Chapter 17. Elira. "Fenris, stop!" Wendy's voice cracks through the chaos, but he doesn't hear. Can't hear. He's too far gone into grief and rage. Kerith is on his back, defending but not attacking, trying not to hurt the ancient Waira who's trying to kill him. Fenris's claws are everywhere, raking, tearing, seeking vital points with the expertise of centuries. "He's not the enemy!" Wendy screams again. "Fenris, please!" But words aren't reaching him. I make a choice. A stupid, reckless, possibly fatal choice. I draw the blade from my hip, the beautiful dark metal that belonged to a dead guide, and step forward. "Elira, no!" Kerith sees me moving, tries to warn me off while blocking another strike. I don't stop. I put myself between them. Between Kerith on the ground and Fenris looming over him. Between death and the one I love. The blade is extended, pointed at Fenris's chest. My hands are steady even though my heart is hammering. Enough. My voice is quieter than Wendy's screams, quieter than the sounds of fighting, but it cuts through somehow. Fenris freezes, his claws inches from my face, his massive frame towering over me. His eye sockets, empty, ancient, filled with more grief than anything should be able to hold, lock onto me. Human, small, fragile, standing between him and his target. "Your children are dead," I say, and the words are cruel but necessary. "And you're killing the wrong Waira." He doesn't move, just stares at me like he's seeing me for the first time. "We didn't do this," I continue. "We came here for help. We found your mate protecting your children's bodies. We found the destruction. We're not your enemy." "Fenris." Wendy's voice, closer now, gentler. "Please, listen to her. They're not with them." Something shifts in his posture, the rage bleeding away into something worse. Grief, pure, absolute grief. He takes a step back, then another, his claws lower, then he collapses, not falling, just giving up, sinking to the ground like his bones can't support his weight anymore. Wendy is there immediately, wrapping her arms around his massive skeletal frame as much as she can, holding him while he breaks. The sound he makes isn't a roar, isn't a howl. It's something worse, something I've never heard from a wearer before. Keening, human-like, the sound of a parent who's lost everything. I lower my blade and turn to Kerith. He's already getting up, checking his wounds. Deep gouges across his ribs, his shoulder torn open again, the same one the guide damaged. "Are you insane?" he hisses at me. "You could have been killed." "So could you." "I'm harder to kill than you. Someone had to stop it." I'm checking his wounds with shaking hands. "You weren't going to hurt him. He was going to kill you. So I stopped it. By putting yourself between two Waira in a fight. It worked, didn't it?" He stares at me, and I see something in his expression I can't name. Pride? Terror? Both? "You're going to be the death of me," he mutters. "Not today." Fenris is still keening, and Wendy is holding him, crying with him. Two parents grieving 3 children who didn't deserve to die. I move toward them slowly, carefully. Sit down a respectful distance away. "I'm sorry," I say quietly, "for your loss, for what happened here." Wendy looks up, her face streaked with tears and blood. You came for help, for the old ways. Yes. To fight what's coming. Yes. She laughs, bitter and broken. The old ways didn't save them, didn't save my babies. I know. I don't have better words, don't have comfort, just honesty. I'm sorry. Fenris raises his head slowly. His voice, when it comes, is rough, shattered. Why are you here? Not aggressive, just empty. What did you want from me? Kerith moves closer, carefully, respectfully. Knowledge, he says, of the old ways, of the magic that existed before we forgot. There's an ideology spreading, Waira hunting bonded pairs, killing mates, destroying anyone who's chosen connection over solitude. I know. Fenris's voice is hollow. One of them was here, this morning. He killed my children while I tried to stop him. Just one. Just one. Massive. Stronger than me. Stronger than anything I've fought in 300 years. His claws flex. I wounded him, chased him north. But he escaped, and when I came back, he stops. They were already cold. The silence is heavy with shared understanding. His name? Kerith asks. He didn't give it. Just said, this is just the start, and fled. They're coordinating, I say. Multiple attacks. Vicky and Tuscon, our friends, they were killed days ago. Now your family. They're hunting us all. Systematically, Kerith adds. Eliminating bonded pairs. Anyone who's chosen love over isolation. Fenris looks at his children's bodies across the room. Small, broken, gone. They were children, he says quietly. Part human, part Waira. Innocent. They'd never hurt anyone, never even left this mountain. His voice cracks, and he killed them to make a point. Wendy is crying again, silently, her face buried against Fenris's chest. I failed them, Fenris continues. I studied the old ways for decades, learned forgotten magic, became powerful enough to protect my family, and when it mattered, when they needed me, I failed. You fought, Kerith says. You wounded him. You pursued him. Not enough. Not fast enough. Not strong enough. Each word is self-condemnation. What good is power if you can't protect what matters? I understand that question, feel it in my bones. We sit in the destroyed den, 4 beings bound by loss and fear and the horrible knowledge that the world is hunting us. There is a way. His voice is different now, distant, considering. A ritual, from the old ways. What kind of ritual? Kerith asks carefully. Resurrection? The word hangs in the air like a blade. Everything goes still. I look at Fenris and Wendy, 2 parents who've lost everything, who are being offered a terrible hope. What do you need? I ask Fenris. He looks up. I need nothing from you. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 18. Kareth. Elira opens her mouth to argue, but I touch her shoulder. Stop her. He means it, I say quietly. This isn't for us to help with. Fenris is already moving, standing slowly, his massive frame somehow diminished by grief. He looks at his children's bodies, then at Wendy. We should begin, he says, before I lose my nerve. Wendy nods, her face pale but determined. You should go to the far side of the den, Fenris tells us without looking away from his mate. Stay back. Don't interfere no matter what you see. Fenris, Elira starts. Please. His voice is raw. This is already dangerous enough. I can't worry about you while I'm doing this. Elira looks at me, uncertain. I nod toward the far wall. We move to the edge of the den, sitting against cold stone while Fenris and Wendy begin their terrible work. Night has fallen fully now. The only light comes from Fenris's heart light, dimmed to a faint golden glow, and the moon through the destroyed entrance. Fenris moves his children's bodies carefully, positioning them in a triangle. Each small form placed with precision, their hands arranged just so, their faces turned upward. Wendy helps him, her movements gentle even in death, a mother preparing her children one last time. This feels wrong, Elira whispers beside me. Everything about this is wrong, I agree. But we watch anyway. Fenris produces things from damaged storage. A stone bowl, ash that looks ancient, small fragments of bone, his own, I realize, watching him carefully break pieces from his ribs. He mixes them together with his blood, drawing from a fresh wound in his arm. The mixture glows faintly in the darkness. Then he begins drawing symbols, not on paper, not on the walls, on the floor around his children in ever-widening circles, the blood-ash mixture leaving trails that pulse with dim light. The symbols are nothing I recognize, pre-curse, ancient, the kind of thing that shouldn't exist anymore. The air grows heavier with each symbol completed, oppressive, like the weight of centuries pressing down on this single moment. Can you feel that? Elira asks, her voice tight. Yes. It's in the echo, that shared consciousness all Waira feel. But deeper, older, something that existed before the echo, before the curse, before we forgot what we were, the darkness between. Fenris completes the final symbol and steps into the center of the triangle, his children arranged around him like points of a compass. He looks at Wendy one more time. I love you, he says simply. I love you. Her voice breaks. Bring them back to me. He closes his eye sockets, a human gesture, and begins to chant. The language is old. Older than any I've heard. Not the tongue of dark elves or humans or even modern Waira. This is something from before. From when we were still flesh and blood and alive. The words scrape against my consciousness like claws on stone. The symbols begin to glow brighter, and the children's bodies respond. Not life, just movement. Subtle, the kind that makes you question if you saw anything at all. A finger twitching, a chest rising slightly, eyes moving beneath closed lids. Wendy makes a sound, hope and terror combined. Fenris's chanting grows louder, more intense. His heart light pulses in rhythm with the words. The symbols pulse with it. Then I feel it through the echo, something answering, not from the children, from somewhere else, somewhere deep and dark and wrong. The other, the thing that sits between what we were and what we are, the glimpse that sometimes drives Waira mad, the truth of the curse made manifest. It's here, responding to the ritual, coming. Kareth. Elira's hand finds mine. Something's wrong. I know. Fenris is changing. Even as he chants, his bones are cracking. Not from impact, from within. Deteriorating. Aging in moments instead of years. The price. The ritual is taking his life force, his strength, his centuries, draining them to fuel the resurrection. No, Wendy sees it too. Fenris, stop! You're killing yourself! But he doesn't stop. Can't stop. The ritual has its hooks in him now, demanding payment. The price is always blood, he says, voice strained, never stopping the chant. Always sacrifice. His bones crack again, his frame shrinking slightly. Centuries of existence burning away in moments. And the children are moving more now, fingers flexing, limbs shifting, eyes opening. But when those eyes open, they're wrong. Empty, cold, no recognition in them, no warmth, no life despite the movement. They see but don't perceive, exist but don't live. The smallest one sits up, mechanical, no grace, just animation. Then the others, 3 children sitting up in perfect synchronization, their movements identical, precise, wrong. Wendy rushes forward, dropping to her knees before them. "My babies," she sobs. "You're back. You're... Mother." The word comes from all 3 mouths at once. Same inflection, same empty tone, like puppets speaking through the same voice. Wendy freezes. "Yes," she says carefully. "I'm your mother. Do you remember me?" "Yes." Again in unison. Flat, factual, no emotion, no recognition beyond data. They stand, all 3 together, moving like they share a single mind. Fenris collapses. The ritual complete, he falls to his knees, his frame shrunken, diminished. He's paid decades, maybe centuries. His bones cracked and aged and fragile now. But his children are standing, alive. Wrong. The smallest turns to Wendy, tilts its head in a gesture that's almost curious but not quite. "We were dead," it says. Not a question, not distress, just observation. Now we are not. "Yes." Wendy is crying, trying to embrace them. "Yes, you were gone, but Father brought you back." They don't return the embrace, just stand there, tolerating contact but not responding to it. "This form is strange," another says. "Empty. Hollow. We remember warmth," the third adds, "but cannot feel it." Wendy pulls back, horror dawning in her eyes. Fenris is trying to stand, struggling. I move forward despite his earlier warning, help him up. "What did you do?" I ask quietly. "I brought them back." His voice is weak, broken. "I paid the price. I brought them back. But they're not. I know." He's staring at his children, at the hollow shells wearing their faces. "I know what they are. What I made them." The children are exploring now, moving around the den with mechanical precision, touching things, examining, learning. But there's no joy in it, no curiosity, just process. "Father," one says, turning to Fenris, "we thank you for restoration." "Thank me?" His voice cracks. "You're my children. You don't thank me. You..." He stops. "You should be angry, or happy, or scared. Something. We are none of those things." The 3 speak in rotation now like they're sharing a single thought between 3 mouths. "We are returned. We exist. That is sufficient." Wendy is sobbing quietly, and Elira has moved to her, holding her while she breaks. Fenris just stares at what he's created, at the terrible price of resurrection. They came back, but everything that made them his children, the warmth, the love, the life, stayed behind. "This is the cost," Fenris says to no one in particular. "This is what the old ways demand. You get them back, but not whole, never whole." The children continue their mechanical exploration, alive but not living, moving but not feeling. And in that moment I understand why the ritual was forbidden, why some prices are too high even when you pay them willingly. Because getting what you want doesn't mean you can live with it. I look at Elira, and I see the same horror in her eyes. We came seeking the old ways, seeking power to fight what's coming, and we found it. But the cost might be more than survival is worth. Fenris sinks to the ground, weakened and ancient and broken. His children stand in the den, hollow shells of what they were. And outside, the war continues, hunting us all, while we tear ourselves apart trying to survive it.
Chapter 19. Elira. Dawn breaks flat and cold. I haven't slept. Don't think any of us have. Just sat through the night watching 3 hollow children explore their father's destroyed den with mechanical precision. Wendy tried to sleep, curled up in a corner, exhausted beyond measure. But every time she closed her eyes, one of the children would approach and ask a question in that flat, emotionless voice, and she'd jolt awake. "Mother, why do you close your eyes?" "Mother, we remember sleep. We do not require it now." "Mother, are you damaged?" Each question delivered without concern, just curiosity, data gathering. She stopped trying to sleep after the 3rd interruption. Now she sits against the wall, watching them, and I see her breaking with each passing hour, realizing what they are, what they're not. Fenris hasn't moved from where he collapsed after the ritual, just sits in the middle of the symbols, now dim and lifeless, staring at his children. I expected him to be weakened, diminished by the sacrifice. But when the sun finally rises and light spills through the destroyed entrance, he stands. And he's not weak. He's strong, powerful, his frame somehow larger than before despite the aging. The sacrifice didn't diminish him. It changed him, transformed him into something harder, colder. He looks at his children with clear eyes. No more delusion, no more hope, just acceptance. "We're leaving," he announces. Not asking, not discussing, just stating fact. Wendy looks up, surprised. "Leaving? Where?" "Deep into the mountains." His voice is flat, final. Away from all of this, away from the war, away from everything. "Fenris. They're not our children anymore." He says it without emotion, without grief, just truth. They're echoes, ghosts wearing familiar faces, but they're mine, and that's enough. Wendy stares at him, at the cold certainty in his voice. "That's enough for you?" she asks quietly. "It has to be." He looks at her. "Because this is what we have. Hollow shells that remember being alive, and I will take them somewhere safe and keep them that way for however long I can." She's crying silently, but she nods, accepting, because what choice is there? Kerith moves forward carefully. "Where will you go?" "North and west, into the peaks where no one goes, where the cold keeps even Waira away." Fenris looks at him directly. "Somewhere to wait out the end." "The end?" "Of all of this." He gestures vaguely. The war, the ideology, the systematic elimination of everyone who chose connection over solitude, all of it. "We can fight it," Kerith says. "That's why we came, to learn how—" "There is no how." Fenris's voice is hard, sharp. "You came seeking the old ways, seeking power to fight what's coming. I'm telling you there is no power great enough." The words land like stones. "You don't know that," Kerith argues. "I do." Fenris moves closer, and despite Kerith's size, Fenris towers over him. "I've studied the old ways for decades, learned magic that should be impossible, became powerful enough to resurrect the dead." He gestures at his hollow children. "And look what it cost me. Look what I created." "That doesn't mean—" "You are not strong enough to stop what's coming." Each word is precise, brutal. Neither am I. Neither is anyone. The ideology is too organized, too committed, too willing to die for their cause. "So what?" Kerith's voice rises. "We just give up? Hide? Wait to die?" "Yes." Fenris doesn't hesitate. "That's exactly what I'm telling you to do. Find somewhere remote, somewhere defensible, Hide your mate and yourself and survive if you can. That's cowardice. That's wisdom. Fenris's voice drops. I tried to be strong, tried to protect my family through power and knowledge and preparation. And when the attack came, when it mattered, I failed. My children died. I brought them back wrong. And now I have to live with what I created. The silence is heavy. You think you're different? Fenris continues. You think your bond is stronger, your love more pure. It won't matter. When they come for you, and they will come, you'll fight with everything you have. And you'll still lose. Because they're willing to sacrifice everything for their cause. Are you? Kerith doesn't answer. Accept it, Fenris says quietly. Accept that you can't win. Accept that survival means hiding. Accept that the world is changing into something that hunts people like us. Or be killed by it. Those are your choices. There has to be another way. There isn't. Fenris turns away, done with the conversation. I learned that last night, when I paid everything I had and still got back only shadows. He moves to his children, his hollow, empty children, who are examining a broken shelf with mechanical interest. Come, he says to them, we're leaving. They turn in unison. Where are we going, Father? Somewhere cold, somewhere high, somewhere no one else will ever find us. Will there be warmth there? No. He looks at them with terrible clarity. But there will be safety, and that's all I can give you now. Wendy stands slowly, gathering what few possessions survived. She looks at me once, human to human, and I see the question in her eyes. She moves to Fenris's side, and together they prepare to leave. Wait, I say. You can't just... We came all this way. And I gave you the only truth that matters. Fenris looks at me. The old ways have prices too high to pay. The new ways will get you killed. There is no third option. There has to be. Then you find it. He's already moving toward the entrance, then pauses, turns back. There is one place, a wooden fort, days south, built by the Shameborn. Shameborn? Kerith asks. A Waira I knew once, long ago. Fenris's voice is distant, cold. I saved his life when he was young. That's where his shame began, with me. What's at the fort? Darkness, corruption, the ideology you're fighting, it started there, with him. Fenris looks at us. If you want answers, that's where they are. But going there means facing what he's become. Is he still there? I don't know. I've never gone back. He gestures at his hollow children. But the fort remains, and the blackness with it. His children follow him, perfectly synchronized, emotionless, obedient. Wendy follows them, and as she passes, she touches my arm briefly. I'm sorry, she whispers, for whatever happens to you. I'm sorry we couldn't help. Then she's gone, following her mate and their hollow children toward the high peaks where winter never ends. I watch them leave. Watch as they climb higher, growing smaller against the grey mountainside. A family choosing isolation over everything else. Choosing survival over hope. Kerith is silent beside me, his heart light a dim, frustrated gold. He's wrong, he finally says. Is he? He has to be. But his voice lacks certainty. We didn't come all this way just to be told there's no hope. Maybe there isn't. Elira, look at them. I point at the departing family. They tried everything. He studied for decades, learned magic, became powerful enough to bring back the dead, and he still failed. His children are gone, what he brought back. I stop. Those aren't children, they're ghosts, and he's taking them into the mountains to die slowly instead of quickly. That's not us. Why not? I turn to face him. What makes us different? What makes us special enough to survive when everyone else is dying? He doesn't answer. We stand in the destroyed den as the sun climbs higher. Fenris and his family are tiny figures now, almost at the tree line. Soon they'll disappear completely. What do we do? I ask quietly. I don't know. His voice is rough. I came here seeking answers, seeking power, and all I got was a warning I don't want to accept. Maybe we should accept it. No. He turns to me, and his heart light flares white for a moment. I'm not hiding in the mountains. I'm not giving up. I'm not... He stops. I'm not letting you die because I was too weak to fight. Fenris was strong. He still lost. Then I'll be stronger. How? He doesn't have an answer for that either. We watch until Fenris's family disappears into the peaks, until there's nothing left but grey stone and cold wind and the ruins of what used to be a home. We should go, Kerith says finally. This place is exposed, dangerous. Where? South, away from here. We'll figure out the rest later. It's not a plan. It's barely even a direction. But it's all we have. We gather what supplies we can salvage from the den. Not much. Some food, water skins, the map from the elf camp that seems like it was from another lifetime. As we prepare to leave, I look one more time at the place where 3 children were brought back wrong. At the symbols still faintly visible on the floor. At the evidence of magic that should have been left forgotten. The old ways, I say quietly. What about them? He was right about one thing. The cost is too high. I know. Then why are we still looking for answers in them? Because... He stops, thinks. Because I don't know what else to do. The honesty of it hurts. We leave the den behind, leave the mountains, leave the ruins of hope behind, and head south into territory we don't know, toward a future we can't see, with nothing but each other and the awful knowledge that it might not be enough. The war is still coming, the ideology is still spreading, and Fenris's warning echoes in my head with every step. You are not strong enough. Accept it, or be killed by it. Maybe he's right. Maybe we're all just marking time until the darkness takes us. But Kerith's hand finds mine as we walk, and for now, just for now, that's enough to keep moving. Even if we don't know where we're going, even if there's nowhere left to run, we walk anyway. Because what else can we do?
Chapter 20. Kerith, we've been traveling south for 3 days, and I'm done running, done fleeing, done letting Fenris's warning dictate our path, done questioning what I am. I changed direction without explanation. West now, not south, toward territory I haven't seen in decades. Where are we going? Elira asks. Somewhere I want to show you. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting right now. She's too tired to argue, just follows, trusting me to have a purpose even if I won't share it yet. The landscape shifts as we travel. The mountains giving way to rolling hills, then dense forest. Old growth, ancient trees that remember when the world was different. I remember them too. My claws find familiar patterns in the bark as we pass. Marks I left decades ago. Territorial warnings carved deep into living wood. Still visible. Still mine. You've been here before, Elira observes. I lived here for years, before I ranged farther north. I run my claws along a particularly deep gouge. This was my hunting ground when I was young. Young. She smiles slightly. You mean a century ago? 2 centuries. Maybe more. I keep moving, and the forest opens before me like memory made manifest. This is where I learned what I was, what I could be. She's watching me differently now. Not the careful, loving observation of a mate. Something else. Seeing me in this place. Seeing the predator that claimed it. Show me, she says. So I do. I take her through the territory, pointing out landmarks only I would recognize. The tree where I made my first kill as a newly turned Waira. The ridge where I fought another male for dominance and won. The clearing where I fed so often the grass stopped growing. You own this place, she says. I did. Not past tense. Present. I still do. Any Waira who comes here feels it, knows this forest has a master. And that's you. Yes. There's no doubt in the word. No questioning. Just certainty. I am what I am. Apex predator. The thing that hunts in the dark. The monster that makes humans lock their doors at night. Fenris was wrong. Not about the danger, not about the ideology spreading, but about what to do with it. He chose to hide, to take his hollow children into cold mountains and wait for death. I choose to be what I've always been. Dangerous. We reach the forest edge as evening falls. Below us, nestled in a valley, is a human village. Small, maybe 50 homes. Farmland spreading out in careful plots. And at the edge closest to the forest, a shrine. Crude, built from stone and wood, covered in carvings and drawings. I move closer, staying in the shadows, and Elira follows. The drawings are children's work, chalk and charcoal on wood, all showing the same thing, a skeletal figure. Massive, clawed, with burning eyes. The monster of the woods. They draw you, Elira whispers, wonder in her voice. They've been drawing me for generations. I point to older carvings, worn by weather but still visible. Their grandparents drew me, and their grandparents before them. The shrine has offerings, small things, bread, coins, a child's toy, and warnings carved into the central stone. Stay out of the forest at night. You're their nightmare, Elira says. Yes. I feel pride swell in my chest, dark and primal and utterly honest. I'm the thing that made them build this, made them teach their children to fear the dark, made them respect the boundary between their world and mine. You're proud of that? I am. I look at her. Should I apologize? Pretend to be something gentler? No, her voice is firm. No, you shouldn't. She's looking at the shrine with something like awe, understanding what it means, what I am to these people. Not a mate who brings her food, not a partner who holds her at night, the monster that haunts human nightmares. And she chose me anyway. Come, I say, pulling back from the village. There's one more place. We move deeper into the forest, farther from human settlements, into territory so deep even hunters don't venture here. The trees open onto a hidden lake. Silver water reflects the rising moon, the surface perfectly still, ancient and untouched and beautiful in its isolation. This is mine, I tell her. My place. The only spot in this entire forest I never hunted, never marked, never claimed beyond just being here. She moves to the water's edge, looking out across the silver expanse. It's beautiful. Yes. You've never brought anyone here. No, just you. She turns and I see understanding in her eyes. The significance. The intimacy of sharing this place that exists outside my identity as predator. This is the place I came when the hunger was too much, when the killing felt too heavy, when I needed to remember there was more to existence than violence. Thank you, she says quietly, for showing me. Thank you for seeing me. I move closer. All of me. The monster they fear. The predator that carved this forest into his territory. The thing that makes humans build shrines and teach their children to be afraid. I see you. She touches my face with small, warm hands. I've always seen you. The tension between us has been building for days, since we left Fenris's mountain, since we watched resurrection create hollow shells, since we started running without direction. But we're not running anymore. I pull her close and she comes willingly, her hands on my bones, my claws careful in her hair. Kareth, she breathes. Mine, I growl against her throat. Yours. The word ignites something in me, possessive and primal and utterly consuming. I need her. Need to claim her. Need to remind both of us that despite everything, despite Fenris's warning and the war spreading and the terrible knowledge that we might not survive, we have this moment, this connection, this absolute certainty that she is mine and I am hers. I pull her into the water without another word, the silver lake cool and welcoming against my bones. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Everything is still, peaceful, perfect. Whatever's coming, I say quietly, I'll face it as what I am. And what are you? She asks, though she knows the answer. The monster they fear. I tighten my hold on her. And yours, always yours. She's quiet for a second then. Fenris was wrong. About what? About hiding. About giving up. About accepting defeat. She tilts her head to look at me. He lost because he stopped being what he was. Tried to become something softer. Something that could be a father and a mate, and forget he was also a predator. Maybe. You won't make that mistake. No, I won't. I'm certain of it now. I'll be what I've always been. The thing that hunts. The thing that kills. The monster that carved this forest into legend. Good. She kisses my jaw. Because that's what we need. Not someone who hides. Someone who fights. Even if the fight is impossible. Especially then. We lie there as the night deepens, holding each other, and I feel something I haven't felt since we left our territory. Certainty. Not about winning, not about surviving, but about what I am. What we are together. Monster and mate. Predator and partner. The nightmare that haunts human villages and the woman who chose to love it anyway. Fenris ran, hid, took his hollow children into cold mountains to wait for death. Let him. I'm staying, fighting, being what I was made to be. The monster of the woods. The legend carved into shrine stones. The thing that makes humans fear the dark. And if the ideology wants me, they can come find me. I'll be waiting. We should rest, Elira murmurs against my chest. Actually rest. We've been running for days. Stay here tonight? Yes. Here. In your place. I hold her closer, possessive and grateful and still dangerous. Still the creature that painted fear across generations of human memory.
Chapter 21. Elira. I wake tangled with Kerith, his skeletal frame wrapped around mine protectively even in sleep. Or whatever passes for sleep with Waira. He's already awake when I stir, his heart light a steady gold. We're leaving, he says without preamble. Where? To the fort Fenris mentioned. I push myself up on one elbow looking at him. The one built by the Shameborn? The place with the darkness? Yes. Why would we go there? Fenris warned us. He also said it's where the ideology started, where this all began. Kerith's voice is firm, decided. We need to understand what we're fighting, and the only way to do that is to see where it came from. That's dangerous. Everything is dangerous now. He touches my face with careful claws. But running blind is more dangerous than running towards something we can learn from. I think about that. About Fenris's warning. About the wooden fort built by a Waira, whose shame started with being saved. about the blackness and corruption that supposedly saturates the place. "All right," I say finally. "When do we leave?" "Now." We pack quickly, what little we have left. Supplies from the camp, water skins, my blade, the map that's becoming more valuable than food. The Silver Lake looks peaceful in the morning light. Still. Perfect. A place outside the war. But the war doesn't care about peaceful places. We leave it behind. The first day of travel is quiet. We move south and east, back toward more populated territories. Back toward the world we've been fleeing. By afternoon we start seeing signs. Old kill sites. Days old, maybe a week. Human bodies left to rot. Not fed on, just killed and abandoned. "Messages," Carith says, examining claw marks on a tree. "Territorial warnings. This area is claimed." "By the ideology?" "Yes." We keep moving, but the signs multiply. Destroyed temporary camps, scattered supplies, drag marks leading into the forest. The attacks aren't isolated anymore. They're systematic, coordinated, spreading like disease across the territories. "It's getting worse," I say quietly. "I know." "More organised." "I know. We're not the only ones running. We see evidence of others, scared, scattered, hunted. The forest is full of refugees who don't know where to run anymore, and we're just 2 more among them." By the second day, Carith is on constant alert, every sound analysed, every scent checked. His territorial instincts screaming that we're exposed, vulnerable, moving through areas we don't control. "We should find shelter soon," he says as evening approaches. "Being out in the open." A sound cuts him off. Running, fast, desperate. Carith moves immediately, positioning himself between me and the approaching threat. Claws extended, heartlight flaring white. 2 figures burst through the trees. Waira and human, Thorin and Lisa. They see us and freeze. Thorin's heartlight goes white immediately. 2 males, too close, wrong. "Wait!" Lisa gasps, recognizing me. "Elira!" "Lisa?" I step out from behind Carith. "Gods, what happened?" She's bloodied, exhausted, her clothes torn. Thorin is in worse shape, deep gouges across his ribs, one arm hanging wrong. "Attacked," Thorin says, voice strained, never taking his eyes off Carith. 3 of them, coordinated. We barely... 3? Carith interrupts. "Working together?" "Yes." Thorin's claws flex. "They herded us, separated us, would have killed us both if we hadn't..." He stops. "We ran, been running for 2 days." The 2 males stare at each other, territorial instinct screaming at both of them. Too close, threat, enemy. But they're also both wounded, both hunted, both protecting human mates who are now rushing to embrace each other. "You're alive," Lissa is sobbing against me. "I thought, when we didn't hear from you, we left, went north seeking help." I hold her tight. "Vicky's dead. Tuscan too." She pulls back, horror in her eyes. "No." "Yes, murdered in their den." "Gods." She's shaking. We can't." "I know." The males are still locked in their standoff. Carith speaks first. "You're wounded, being hunted. Can't keep running like this." "Neither can you," Thorin counters. "No." Carith's voice is carefully neutral. "We can't." The silence stretches, both of them calculating, weighing territorial instinct against survival necessity. Thorin says, "Numbers matter." "Yes." 2 pairs together are harder to kill than 2 pairs separate." "Yes." "I don't like you in my territory." "This isn't your territory, and I don't like you in my proximity. But we're both being hunted by something that doesn't care about our territorial disputes." "Yes." Thorin's claws slowly retract. temporary alliance, until the immediate threat passes. Agreed. Kerith's claws retract too. Temporary. They're not friends, not allies in any real sense, just two predators acknowledging that survival sometimes requires tolerating what you'd normally kill. We need shelter, I say, breaking the tension. Somewhere defensible, for all of us. There's a cave system, Lisa says. Maybe an hour east. We passed it yesterday but didn't stop, too exposed alone. But with 4 of us. Show us, Kerith says. We move as a group now. Awkward, tense, the males keeping distance, circling each other even while travelling in the same direction, but moving together. The cave Lissa found is good. Multiple chambers connected by narrow passages. High ground, clear sightlines to approaches. Defensible. We claim the largest chamber, and I immediately see the problem. 2 territorial males in one space, even temporarily, even with survival depending on it. They position themselves on opposite sides, as far apart as possible. Lisa and I end up in the middle, literally between them. This is ridiculous, Lissa mutters. This is survival, I counter. We set up what little we have, organise supplies, tend wounds. The work helps distract from the absurdity of the situation. By nightfall we're settled. Thorin and Lissa in one corner. Kerith and I in another. The space between us neutral ground neither male will cross. How long do we stay like this? Lissa asks quietly, while the males are occupied checking the cave entrances. As long as it takes, I say. For what? To figure out what to do next. I look at her. Because running separately isn't working. Hiding alone gets us killed. So maybe this is what survival looks like now. 4 of us crammed in a cave while our mates barely tolerate breathing the same air? Yes. She laughs, bitter and exhausted. I never thought it would come to this. None of us did. The males return, and we settle in for the night. Kerith pulls me close, possessive even here. Across the cave, Thorin does the same with Lissa. 2 bonded pairs, forced together by circumstances neither would choose, surviving by compromising everything that makes them what they are. This changes everything, I whisper to Kerith. I know. Can you tolerate it, him being this close? I don't have a choice. His voice is tight. Neither does he. We adapt or we die. Those are the options. And if we can't adapt, then we die. Simple, brutal, true. I close my eyes and try to sleep, surrounded by the sound of 4 beings breathing in the darkness. 2 Waira whose instincts scream to fight. 2 humans trying to keep them from doing exactly that. This is what we've become. Not the sisterhood I dreamed of. Not the coordinated defense Kerith refused. Just 4 desperate beings hiding in a cave, hardly tolerating each other, waiting for the next attack. And knowing that eventually, inevitably, it will come.
Chapter 22. Kerith. 3 days in the cave with Thorin, and I'm ready to kill him. Not because he's done anything, not because he's threatened Elira or challenged me directly, just because he exists. In my space, breathing my air, close enough that I can feel him through the echo. Every instinct I have screams at me to drive him out, to fight, to establish dominance and claim this territory as mine alone. But survival demands I don't, so we circle each other instead. Constant, careful. 2 predators forced into proximity, neither would tolerate under any other circumstances. When I hunt, he stays in the cave. When he hunts, I stay. We never leave the women alone together, too vulnerable. But we also never hunt together. The idea alone makes my claws flex. The women try to mediate, try to create routines and boundaries that make this bearable. Elira and Lissa coordinate meal times, organize supplies, maintain the neutral ground between our territories within the cave. It helps, barely. But I can really see it in Thorin's posture. The same tension I feel. The same barely controlled violence. This can't last. We'll kill each other, or the enemy will find us while we're too busy not killing each other. I need a plan. Something beyond hiding in this cave pretending we can function as a group. On the fourth morning, I make my decision. I'm going to the fort, I announce. All three of them look up from sorting dried meat. The one Fenris mentioned? Elira asks. Yes, where the Shaneborn built his stronghold. Where the ideology started. I look around at each of them. Someone needs to see it. Understand what we're facing. Alone? Thorin's voice is neutral, but I hear the edge. Yes, alone. That's dangerous, Lissa says carefully. What if they catch you? They won't. What if they do? Elira moves closer. What if you don't come back? Then you three stay here. Stay hidden. Survive without me. I touch her face. But I will come back. How long? She asks. 2 days there. 1 day observing. 2 days back. 5 days total. I look at Thorin. Can you tolerate staying here that long? Can you tolerate leaving your mate with another male that long? He counters. The challenge is subtle but present. My claws flex instinctively. I trust her, I say carefully, and I trust that you're smart enough not to do something that would get us both killed. Likewise. We stare at each other, not friends, not allies, just two predators who understand that survival sometimes requires restraint. 5 days, Thorin says finally. If you're not back by then, we assume you're dead and make other plans. Agreed. Elira helps me prepare, checking the route on our stolen map, planning landmarks, calculating timing. The fort is south and slightly west. Through territory I don't know. Past areas where the ideology's presence is strong, dangerous, but necessary. As dusk falls, I prepare to leave. Elira pulls me aside, away from the others. Be careful, she says. Please. Always. No, not always. Sometimes you're reckless and territorial and... She stops. Just come back. I can't do this without you. You could. With them. If you had to. I don't want to have to. She pulls me down, kisses me. 5 days, not 6, not 7, 5. 5, I agree. I leave as darkness fully settles, moving fast through unfamiliar forest, alone for the first time in days, and the relief is immediate. No Thorin's presence pressing against my awareness, no careful circling, no constant monitoring of another male in my space. Just me and the night and the hunt for answers. I travel through darkness, using the moon for navigation. The forest here is different from my old territory. Denser, wilder, less marked by human presence, but marked by something else. Territorial warnings carved into trees. Recent. Multiple Waira have passed through here, all moving in the same direction. South, toward where the fort should be. I find kill sites. Human, not Waira. Left as messages. Bodies displayed with deliberate precision. Warnings to anyone who might consider resistance. The ideology's reach is spreading. Systematic. Organized. I push through the night, covering ground fast. By dawn, I'm exhausted but far from the cave. Far from Thorin. Far from the constant tension. I rest briefly in dense undergrowth, letting the day pass. Safer to travel at night when possible. Harder to be seen. As dusk approaches again, I continue. The signs increase. More claw marks, more kills, more evidence of coordinated movement. And then, as the second night fades into gray pre-dawn, I smell it. Wood smoke, cooking fires, the scent of multiple Waira in close proximity. I slow my approach, careful now, moving through shadows, silent. The forest thins ahead, opens into a clearing. And there it is, the fort. I freeze at the tree line, taking it in. Massive, far larger than I expected. Wooden walls rising 30 feet high, logs fitted with expert precision, watchtowers at each corner, a main gate currently closed, reinforced with what looks like salvaged metal, built into the mountainside using the natural terrain for defensive advantage, cleared ground around the perimeter, no cover for approaching enemies. This isn't a hideout. This isn't a temporary camp. This is a stronghold, a fortress, a monument, and it's beautiful. I hate that I think that. Hate that I see the artistry in the construction, the strategic brilliance of the location, the clear evidence of someone who understood exactly what they were building. A place of power. Movement on the walls catches my attention. Waira. At least 3 visible from my position. Probably more I can't see. Patrolling. Organized. Disciplined. These aren't scattered refugees or desperate fugitives. These are soldiers. I settle into concealment and watch. The fort shows clear signs of habitation. Smoke from multiple fires. Sounds of activity within. The gates are closed but not abandoned. Someone's home is inside those walls. And not just someone. The shame-born. Malachor. The Waira whose shame began with being saved by Fenris. Who built this place with his own hands. Who started the ideology that's hunting us all. What are you, I think, staring at the imposing structure? What did you become? The sun rises higher and I see more details. The precision of the construction. The defensive positions, the evidence of long-term planning and execution. Whoever built this wasn't running, wasn't hiding. They were claiming, establishing, building something meant to last. A base of operations, a home for an ideology, a fortress for a war. And we've been running blind thinking this was just scattered attacks by desperate converts. We were wrong. This is organized, centralized, powerful. And we are so far outmatched it's not even funny. I watch through the day, counting Waira on the walls. At least 8 visible, probably more inside. All moving with purpose. All clearly committed to whatever this place represents. As evening approaches, I see the main gate open briefly. A patrol leaving. 3 Waira moving in perfect coordination, heading north. Hunting, recruiting, spreading the ideology. The gate closes behind them with practiced efficiency. I remain hidden, watching, learning, understanding with growing dread exactly what we're facing. This isn't random violence. This isn't scattered extremists. This is an army in the making. And Fenris was right. We're not strong enough to fight this. Not even close. But I stay anyway. Watch until darkness falls again. Memorizing patterns, guard rotations, entry points, weaknesses. Because even if we can't fight them, we need to understand them. And this fort, this impossible, magnificent, terrifying fort, is the key to everything. I settle in for the night, knowing I need at least 1 more day of observation. Need to see who comes, who goes, what happens inside those walls. Need to understand what the Shameborn has created, and what it's going to cost us to survive it. The fort looms against the darkening sky, torches lighting the watchtowers, and I feel the weight of how small we are against this. 4 refugees in a cave, barely tolerating each other, against this. But knowledge is power, even if it's the power to know we're doomed. So I watch, and I learn, and I prepare to carry this terrible knowledge back to Elira, that everything we feared is worse than we imagined, and the fort, beautiful, brutal, impossible, stands as proof.
Chapter 23. Elira. 3 days without Kerith, and the cave feels smaller, not because it physically is. Because without him here to balance Thorin's presence, the weight of sharing space with another territorial male presses down on all of us. Thorin does his best, hunts alone, brings back food, stays on his side of the cave, speaks only when necessary. But I can feel the tension radiating off him. The same instinct that made Kerith barely tolerate this arrangement, now amplified by Kerith's absence. He's tolerating 2 human females in close proximity. one of whom belongs to a rival male who isn't even here to defend his claim. The restraint that requires must be enormous. Lisa feels it too. We both move carefully, keep our voices low, maintain the neutral ground between territories, even though only one male is present. 2 more days, Lisa whispers to me on the 3rd evening, while Thorin is out hunting. If he said 5 total, we're past halfway. I know. What if he doesn't come back? He will. But what if he doesn't? She looks at me directly. What if they caught him, killed him? What do we do then? I don't have an answer. Because the truth is, without Kerith, this arrangement falls apart. Thorin won't stay. Can't stay. His territorial instincts barely allow this now, and only because Kerith's recent presence still marks this space as contested rather than abandoned. If Kerith dies, Thorin leaves, takes Lissa somewhere else, somewhere away from the scent of a dead rival's mate, and I'd be alone. He's coming back, I say again, firmer. Lisa nods, but I see doubt in her eyes. We sit in silence, sorting through dried meat, rationing water, doing the small tasks that keep us sane when there's nothing else to do but wait. We can't keep living like this, Lisa says suddenly. I know. Running, hiding, barely surviving in caves while they hunt us. Her voice is tight with frustration. There has to be another way. What way? I don't know. She throws down the meat she's been examining. But this isn't living. This is just waiting to die slowly instead of quickly. I understand the feeling. Have felt it growing in my own chest since we left Fenris's mountain, since we watched him flee with his hollow children, since Kerith brought me to his old hunting grounds and showed me what he used to be. Vicky died hiding, I say quietly. Her and Tuscan both, in their own den, thinking they were safe. They weren't alone, they had each other. And it didn't matter, they still died. I look at her, because they were prey, we're all prey, and prey doesn't win, it just survives until it doesn't. So what's the alternative? I don't know. But something is forming in my mind, has been forming since Kerith showed me the shrine, the drawings of the monster, the fear he created that lasted generations. Kerith said the Shameborn built a fort, not a hiding place, a fort, defensive, strong, a place to claim, not just survive in. You think we should build a fort? No, I struggle for the words. I think maybe the difference between prey and predator isn't just what you are. It's what you choose to do, how you act. The Shameborn is hunting us. How is that better? It's not better, but he's not hiding. He's not waiting. I stop. He's winning. Whatever he's doing, it's working. The ideology is spreading. They're organized, coordinated, strong. And we're 4 beings in a cave barely tolerating each other. Yes. Lissa is quiet for a long moment. Then, what would it take to stop being prey? I don't know. But you're thinking about it. Yes. We don't have answers, just questions forming in the darkness, dangerous questions, the kind that change who you are if you pursue them too far. But we don't pursue them further, because Thorin returns and the conversation dies. He drops fresh game near our supplies, a dire, cleanly killed, and retreats to his corner without speaking. I watch him settle, see the tension in every line of his skeletal frame, the constant vigilance, the awareness of threat from all directions. He's a good hunter, a strong fighter, loyal to Lissa, but he's also barely holding himself together. Being here, with us, goes against everything he is. And he's doing it anyway. Because numbers matter, because survival requires compromise, because even territorial instincts bend when the alternative is death. Thank you, I say to him across the cave, for staying, for tolerating this. I know it's hard. He looks at me with those empty eye sockets, silent for a beat. Then, he'll come back, Kerith. He's too stubborn to die easily. I know. And when he does, we need his information. Need to know what we're facing. Thorin's voice is measured, pragmatic. That's worth the discomfort. You respect him. I tolerate him. But there's something in his tone. He's strong, capable, made good choices, choosing you, choosing his territory, choosing to investigate rather than run blind. I don't like him in my proximity, but I respect those things. It's the most he's said in 3 days. He respects you too, I offer. Wouldn't have left Lissa here if he didn't. I know. We lapse back into silence. 3 beings in a cave, waiting for the 4th, waiting for information that might tell us we're doomed. But at least we'll know. The 4th night arrives, and I'm so tense I can barely eat. 1 more day, Lissa whispers. He said 5 days total. 1 more. I nod, not trusting my voice. We settle in for sleep, and I'm wrapped in furs that still smell like Kerith, trying not to think about what it means if he doesn't come back. I'm almost asleep when I hear it. Footsteps. Outside the cave. Thorin is up instantly, claws extended, positioning himself between the entrance and us. The footsteps are familiar. I know them before he appears. Kerith. He's back early, 1 day ahead of schedule. I'm on my feet, rushing toward him, and he catches me, holds me tight for a moment before setting me down. You're early, I say. I saw enough. His voice is grim, his heart light dim and troubled. Lissa is waking up, and Thorin has relaxed slightly, still alert, but not immediately defensive. What did you see? Thorin asks. Kerith looks at all 3 of us, takes in our positions, the evidence of how we've survived his absence. We need to talk, he says. All of us. Now. The tone brooks no argument. We gather in the centre of the cave, neutral ground, all 4 of us focused on Kerith. The fort is real, he says without preamble, and it's not what we thought. What is it? I ask. Not a hiding place, not a temporary stronghold. He pauses. It's a fortress, massive, professionally constructed, defended by organised patrols, inhabited by... He stops. By many, more than I could count from my position. How many? Thorin's voice is sharp. At least 20 visible, probably more inside. The number lands like a stone in water. 20, Lissa whispers, working together, coordinating. Yes, Kerith looks at each of us. This isn't scattered attacks by desperate converts. This is organised, centralised, an army in the making. Led by the Shaneborn, I say. Yes, I didn't see him directly, but... He stops. The fort is his, built by his hands. The ideology spreads from there. Everything we've been facing, the attacks, the coordination, the systematic hunting, it all comes from that place. The silence is heavy. We're outmatched, Thorin says flatly. Completely. Kerith doesn't soften it. 4 of us against 20 or more, in a fortified position, with organised leadership and clear purpose. So what do we do? Lissa asks. I don't know yet. Kerith looks exhausted. But I spent 2 days watching, learning, and there's more, things I saw that... He stops. Things that change what we know about what they're doing. What things? I move closer. Tomorrow, when I can explain properly. Right now I need to rest, to process what I witnessed. He looks at me. But know this, everything we feared is worse than we imagined. How much worse? Thorin asks. Much worse. Kerith pulls me close, and I feel the tension radiating through his frame. Whatever he saw at that fort, it shook him. And Kerith doesn't shake easily. We settle back into our corners, but no one sleeps immediately. Just lie there in the darkness, processing the knowledge that our enemy is organized, powerful, and growing. And we're four desperate beings in a cave with no plan and no hope. Just terrible knowledge. And the promise of more terrible knowledge to come.
Chapter 24. Kareth. None of us slept well. The weight of what I brought back, the knowledge of what we're facing, hung over the cave like smoke. When everyone's awake, I gather them in the center. Neutral ground. All four of us sitting close enough to hear, far enough to maintain space. "Tell us everything," Elira says. So I do. The fort is massive. Wooden construction. Logs fitted with precision I've rarely seen. 30-foot walls. Watchtowers at each corner with clear sight lines. Main gate reinforced with salvaged metal. I trace the layout in the dirt. Built into the mountainside here, using natural terrain for defense. Cleared ground around the perimeter. No cover for approach. Thorin leans forward, studying my rough map. Weaknesses? None that we could exploit. The construction is expert. Defensive positions are well placed. I meet his eyes. This wasn't thrown together. This took time. Planning. Commitment. Built by one Waira, Elira says quietly. The Shameborn. That's what Fenris called him. Lissa looks confused. Who's Fenris? Someone we met on our journey north, Elira explains. He warned us about the fort, about the Waira who built it. Said this Waira built it with his own hands. One Waira built all that? Thorin's voice carries disbelief. Yes. The silence is heavy as they absorb what that means. The dedication required, the vision, the sheer force of will to create something like that alone. Who lives there? Thorin asks. The Shameborn, and his mate, and a whole lot. I pause. More others may come. How many? I watch 3 pairs arrive over 2 days. Always the same. Waira and mate. They kneel before the gates. Wait. The gates open. They go inside. And then? Elira asks. Screams. From inside. Then later, the gates open. Silence. The mate, Lissa whispers. Stays inside. Or dies. I don't know. I gaze at each of them. But the Waira leaves alone. And goes back to hunting. The horror of it settles over everyone. 3 pairs in 2 days, Elira says quietly. That I saw. Could be more at other times. And each one that goes through becomes... She stops. A hunter. Like the ones attacking us. Converted. Committed. I pause. Alone. Thorin is very still. An army that doesn't mass. Just scattered hunters serving the same ideology. Yes? That's worse than if they stayed together, he says. Can't find them. Can't fight them all at once. They're just... everywhere. Yes. The silence stretches as everyone processes. There's more, I say quietly. They wait. I saw him. The Shameborn. On the walls. Everyone goes completely still. Describe him, Thorin says. Massive. Larger than me. Larger than you. Centuries old at least. You can see it in how his bones have settled. I remember the sight clearly. His heart light burns red. Solid red. Not flickering. Not uncertain. Just constant committed violence. And? Elira prompts. And he's not hiding. Not ashamed. Not conflicted. I meet her eyes. He stands on those walls like he owns the world. Like he built something worth building and knows it. Was he alone? No, his mate was with him. His mate? Lissa looks confused. But you said... He's different. The founder. I shake my head. His mate stands beside him. Nearly his size. Same confidence. Same certainty. I remember her clearly. Standing with him like they owned everything in sight. They looked... I struggle for the word. Magnificent. Terrible and magnificent, like gods surveying their kingdom. A kingdom built on screams, Elira says quietly. Yes. We sit in the silence, all four of us understanding now. This isn't random violence. This isn't scattered extremists. This is organized, purposeful, led by a powerful pair who've built something that works. A fortress, an ideology, a system that converts victims into soldiers and sends them back out to hunt. We can't fight that, Elira says finally. No, we can't hide forever either. They'll find us eventually. Yes. So what do we do? Lissa asks. I don't know. The honesty hangs there, raw and terrible. Thorin stands, paces to the cave entrance. We're four beings against... He stops. Against what? An idea that spreads? Hunters we can't find? A fortress we can't breach? Yes. That's impossible. I know. Elira looks at me. What did you feel? Watching them? Watching him on those walls? I think about the question, about standing in the tree line watching the Shameborn survey his territory. Power, I say finally. Absolute certainty. He's not questioning, not doubting. He built something and he believes in it completely. And that's dangerous, Thorin says. That's the most dangerous thing there is. We lapse into silence again. Four beings facing impossible odds. No plan, no hope, no idea what to do next. But still alive, still together, still refusing to just accept death. We need time, Elira says, to think, to figure out if there's something we're missing. How much time do we have? Lissa asks. I ponder the fort, the steady stream of converts. 3 in 2 days. Not much, but it's all we have. So we'll use it. And hope it's enough to find something, anything, that gives us a chance. Because right now, we have none.
Chapter 25. Elira. A week passes in the cave, and we're no closer to answers. Just 4 beings sitting in the dark, trying to think of solutions that don't exist. Carith and Thorin still circle each other, still maintain distance, still barely tolerate sharing space. But the necessity keeps them cooperating, hunting in shifts, keeping watch, surviving together because alone means death. Lissa and I talk endlessly, running through options, exploring possibilities. We could go farther north, she suggests one evening while the males are checking the perimeter, into the really remote areas where even Waira don't go. And freeze to death? Starve? Die of exposure instead of claws? At least we'd be choosing how we die. I laugh, bitter and exhausted. That's not a choice. That's just slower death. What about south? Really far south? Away from all of this? The converts are spreading. You heard Carith. They're everywhere. Going farther just delays the inevitable. She's quiet for a moment. Then, what about fighting? 4 of us against how many? Scattered hunters we can't find. An ideology that spreads through the echo itself. So we do nothing. I don't know what we do. I pull my knees to my chest. Every option ends the same way, just different timing. We're just waiting to die slowly. Yes. The honesty sits between us. Heavy, terrible, true. The males return, and we fall silent. No point voicing the hopelessness. They feel it too. Days blur together. Hunt, eat, sleep, watch, repeat. Waiting for something to change, knowing nothing will. Until the 7th night, when everything does. I'm half asleep when Carith's hand covers my mouth. His other hand signals, quiet, danger. Across the cave, Thorin is doing the same with Lissa. We freeze. Listen. Footsteps outside. Heavy, deliberate, not trying to hide. A Waira. Alone, moving with purpose toward the cave entrance. Carith and Thorin are already moving. Silent. Coordinated without speaking. Positioning themselves on either side of the entrance. The footsteps stop just outside. Silence. Then a voice. Male. Cold. I know you're in there. I can smell you. 2 males. 2 mates. Weakness hiding in the dark. Neither Carith nor Thorin respond. Just wait. The Shameborn's grace extends to all. The voice continues. Come to the fort. Submit. Be cleansed. Or die here. Those are your options. Still no response. I'll return with others. You have until... Carith strikes. Explodes from the entrance in a blur of bone and violence. I hear the impact. The roar. The sound of claws on bone. Thorin follows a heartbeat later. 2 males fighting 1. It should be easy. It's not. The sounds from outside are brutal, vicious. The converted Waira is strong, skilled, fighting with the certainty of someone who has nothing to lose. Lissa grabs my hand. We stay back. Stay out of it. Let the males do what they do. The fight seems to last forever. Really, it's probably less than a minute. Then silence. Carith appears in the entrance, covered in blood, not all his. Behind him, Thorin, bleeding from new wounds across his ribs. Is he dead? I ask. Yes. Carith's voice is flat. But he found us. Others will too. We all understand what that means. This location is compromised. We can't stay. We need to move, Thorin says, checking his wounds. Tonight, now. Where? Lissa asks. No one has an answer. We pack in silence. What little we have. Supplies, weapons, the map that's becoming useless because there's nowhere left to run. As we prepare to leave, I watch Carith and Thorin. Watch how they move together during the fight. No discussion, no planning. Just instinct and coordination born of necessity. Brutal, efficient, powerful. 2 predators working as one. And I think, what if we stopped running? The thought is dangerous, seductive, wrong in ways I can't articulate. But it's there, taking root. What if we became them, not joined their ideology, but became hunters instead of prey, became the thing that attacks instead of the thing that hides? I don't voice it, not yet, but the seed is planted. We leave the cave as darkness settles fully, moving fast, putting distance between us and the compromised location. Where are we going? Lissa asks after an hour of travel. Away, Carith says. That's all I know. But away is everywhere. Away is nowhere. Away is just running until we can't anymore. I move close to Carith as we walk. How long do we keep doing this? Doing what? Running, hiding, barely surviving. Until we can't anymore. His voice is grim. What else is there? I don't answer. But the dangerous thought is growing. What if there is something else? We walk through the night. 4 exhausted beings with nowhere to go. By dawn, we're miles from the cave. In unfamiliar territory. Exposed. Vulnerable. We rest briefly in a dense thicket, and the 4 of us sit close together. Too tired to maintain proper distance. Too desperate to care about territorial niceties. This isn't working, Lissa says quietly. No. Thorin agrees. It's not. So what do we do? She presses. Silence. Then I say it. The dangerous thought that's been growing since I watched them fight. We go back to the fort. Everyone stares at me. What? Carith's voice is sharp. Why would we? Because we need to understand them, really understand them, not from a distance, not from observation. I look at them. We need to know what they are, what they're doing, what makes them strong while we're weak. That's suicide, Thorin says. Staying here is suicide, running is suicide, everything is suicide. I lean forward. But at least if we go there, if we see it up close, maybe we learn something, maybe we find something, maybe we... Die faster, Lissa finishes. Maybe. I meet her eyes. but at least we'd die doing something instead of just waiting. Kerith is silent, thinking. I can see the calculations in his posture. She's right, he says finally. Running blind hasn't worked. We don't understand what we're facing, not really. So we walk into the centre of their power. Thorin's voice is incredulous. Just to see it better? Not into it, near it, close enough to watch, to learn, to understand. Kerith looks at me. It's risky. Everything is risky. But she's right. We need information, real information, not just what I could see in 2 days from a distance. You're both insane, Lisa says. But there's no real heat in it, just exhaustion. Probably, I agree. But do you have a better idea? She doesn't. None of us do. We sit in the growing daylight, 4 beings facing an impossible choice. Stay and be found, run and be found eventually, or move toward the threat and maybe, learn something that changes the equation. If we do this, Thorin says slowly, we do it carefully. Stay hidden. Don't engage. Just observe. Agreed, Kerith says. And if we're spotted, we run. Fast. And hope we're faster than they are. It's not much of a plan, but it's more than we had yesterday. When do we leave? Lysa asks. Kerith checks the sun position. We rest today, travel tonight, reach the fort area in 2 days, find a good observation point, watch, learn. And then? I ask. Then we decide if there's anything to be done, or if we're just confirming we're doomed. It's honest, brutal, but I appreciate it. We settle in to rest, to sleep, to gather strength for what's coming. As I drift off, pressed against Kerith's side, I think about the fort, about the Shameborn standing on those walls, about the converts kneeling before the gates, about the screams from inside, about what we might learn, about what we might become. Because somewhere in the exhaustion and fear and desperation, I've realised something. We can't beat them by being what we are. Maybe we need to become something else, something worse, something that survives. The thought should horrify me. It doesn't. And that might be the most dangerous thing of all. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 26. Kerith. 2 days of careful travel brings us back to familiar territory. I recognize the landmarks, the ridge where I observed before, the tree line that provides cover, the sight lines to the fort. But this time I'm not alone. 4 of us move through the forest, silent, tense, aware we're walking toward the center of everything that wants us dead. Thorin and I maintain distance even while traveling together. The proximity grates. But we function. Move as a unit when necessary. Separate when possible. The women stay between us. Elira close to me. Lysa to Thorin. A formation born of necessity and territorial instinct. As we approach the observation point, I signal everyone down. We move the last 100 yards on our stomachs. Slow, careful, silent. The fort appears through the trees exactly as I remember. Massive wooden walls, watchtowers, the cleared perimeter, imposing and terrible and magnificent. We settled into thick undergrowth with good sight lines. All four of us pressed close together, closer than either male would tolerate under any other circumstance. But survival trumps comfort. "There," I whisper, pointing. "That's the main gate. Watch it." We wait. Watch. The fort shows signs of life, smoke from fires, movement on the walls, but no one entering or leaving. Hours pass. The sun climbs. We stay motionless. Late morning, movement at the forest edge opposite our position. Two figures emerge, Waira and human. Female human. "There," Elira breathes beside me. We watch as they approach the fort. The Waira moves with purpose. The woman follows, hesitant but committed. They reach the cleared ground. Stop before the massive gates. Then the Waira kneels. His mate kneels beside him. They wait. I feel Elira tense beside me. Lissa makes a small sound that Thorin quickly muffles. We all watch, unable to look away. Minutes pass. 5, 10. The pair kneeling in the dirt before closed gates. Patient, committed. Then the gates open, not fully, just enough. A gap barely wide enough for bodies. The kneeling pair stands, moves forward. The woman looks back once, at the forest, at freedom, at everything she's leaving behind. Then they disappear inside. The gates close. We wait. Then the screams start. Female. Human. Raw and terrible. Not pain alone, something worse. Something that strips away dignity and self and everything that makes a person whole. Elira's hand finds mine. Squeezes so hard it would hurt if I could feel pain that way. Lissa has her face pressed against Thorin's bones, but I can see her shaking. The screams go on. And on. Not constant. Broken by silences that might be worse. Then starting again. Different tones. Different pitches. But always the same essential horror. "What are they doing to her?" Elira whispers. "I don't know." I keep watching the gates. But it's not killing. Not yet. The screams finally stop. The silence after is deafening. We wait, all of us barely breathing. An hour passes. Maybe more. Then the gates open again. The Waira emerges first. He's different. I see it immediately. His posture has changed. More upright. More certain. His heart light, visible even from this distance, burns pure red. No gold. No white. Just committed. Absolute red. He moves with purpose. Direction. Like he knows exactly what he is now and accepts it completely. Behind him, the woman emerges. She's walking. Alive. But wrong. Her clothes are torn. Her movements mechanical. And her eyes, even from here I can see them, are empty. Dead. Everything that made her a person scraped away, leaving just the shell. The Waira doesn't look back at her, just walks toward the forest, heading out, back to his territory, to hunt, to spread the ideology. The woman follows, not beside him, behind, like an afterthought, like something broken that still moves, but no longer lives. They disappear into the trees. "Gods," Lissa breathes. We stay frozen, processing what we just witnessed. "The mates don't die," Elira says slowly. "They're used. Broken, but kept alive." "As what?" Lissa asks. "I don't know. Proof? Warning? Punishment?" I shake my head. "But you saw his heart light, pure red. He went in conflicted, came out certain." "The screams did that," Thorin says quietly. "Whatever happened inside, whatever they made him do or witness, it converted him completely." "Efficiently," I agree. "No death required. Just breaking. Both of them broken in different ways. Him made stronger through cruelty. Her destroyed by it." "He's not wrong," I say quietly. 3 heads turn toward me. "About what?" Elira asks carefully. "Bonds making us vulnerable. Divided focus. Hesitation. I keep my eyes on the fort. Everything he said, it's true. We are weaker because of what we are, because we have mates to protect, because we hesitate when we should strike, because we care. That doesn't make what they're doing right, Lissa says. No, but it makes it effective. I look at each of them. You saw the converts emerge, changed, certain, powerful. They're not questioning anymore, not conflicted, just committed. At what cost? Elira challenges. Everything. I meet her eyes, but they're willing to pay it, and that makes them dangerous. Thorin is silent beside me. Then, we should go, before we're spotted. He's right. We've been here too long, seen too much, learned too much. As the Solus starts to fall, there is movement on the walls. He appears, the Shameborn, Malachor. Even from this distance, his presence is commanding. Massive frame, that solid red heart light, standing on the walls like he owns everything beneath. His mate appears beside him. Same certainty. A different power. Then Malachor lets out a roar that shakes the forest floor. Then he speaks, as if to an army waiting on his words. The weak are among us, he yells into the forest. We need to move fast, I say.
Chapter 27. Elira. His voice carries across the clearing, deep, commanding. We're too far to hear the words clearly, just fragments. Strength, purge, weakness. The kneeling converts don't move, listening with absolute devotion. Then Malachor's head turns. Slight movement, barely perceptible, but I see it. See him looking toward our position, toward the tree line where we're hidden. Kerith, I whisper. I see it. Malachor says something to his mate. She looks toward us too. Then he points. Go, Kerith hisses. Now. We don't argue. Don't question. Just move. Backward through the undergrowth, staying low, trying to stay silent while moving fast. Behind us, I hear the gates opening, hear movement, voices. We break into a run the moment we're in deeper cover, all four of us moving fast through the forest. No coordination, just flight. Did they see us? Lissa gasps. Yes, Kerith says. No hesitation, no doubt. They saw us. We run harder. The forest is dense here. Good cover, bad footing. Roots and undergrowth catching at our legs. I nearly fall twice. Keep going, keep moving. Behind us, distant but present, I hear pursuit. Not close yet, but coming. How many? Thorin asks between breaths. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Keep moving. We run for what feels like hours, probably minutes. Time distorts when you're prey. Kerith leads. Thorin brings up the rear. Lissa and I between them. The males are faster. Could outrun us easily. But they don't. Stay with us. Protect us. Even now, even fleeing, they're still what they are. We cross a stream. Wade through. Use the water to break our scent trail. Keep moving downstream. Fast as we can through knee-deep water. Finally emerge on the far bank. Into denser forest. Stop, Kerith says quietly. Listen. We freeze, all of us gasping for air, listening past our own breathing. Nothing, no pursuit sounds, no movement. Did we lose them? Lissa whispers. Maybe. But Kerith doesn't sound convinced. Or they're being quiet. We need to keep moving, Thorin says. Get farther away from the fort. We move again. Slower now, trying to balance speed with stealth. The sun is setting, shadows lengthening, the forest getting darker. Good for hiding, bad for seeing threats. We travel through twilight, no one speaking, just moving, surviving. Then Kerith stops suddenly. What? I ask. Scent, Waira, recent. We all go still. From behind? Thorin asks. No, Kerith turns slowly. From the side. They're not following our trail. They're herding us, Thorin finishes. The word lands like ice in my stomach. How many? I ask. 2 cents, maybe 3. Kerith's heartlight flares white, spread out, coordinating, pushing us toward what? Lissa's voice is tight. I don't know, but we need to change direction. Now. We turn. Head northeast instead of north, trying to break the pattern. Escape the trap. But within minutes, Thorin hisses. Another scent. Ahead now. They're surrounding us. How? I ask. How did they... The fort, Kerith says. Malachor sent them, gave them our position, our direction. They spread out and cut us off. So what do? Run. Fast. Try to break through before they close the circle. We run again. Harder now, desperate. The forest is nearly dark. Moon rising. Shadows everywhere. And in those shadows, movement. I see it. Brief glimpse. Skeletal form moving parallel to us. Keeping pace, not attacking, just herding. There, I gasp, pointing. I see it, Kerith says. Keep moving. Another form, different direction, flanking. They're not trying to catch us, just control our movement, push us where they want us. Cliff, Thorin suddenly says. I smell water, rushing water. There's a cliff ahead. How far? Close. We're being pushed toward it. The trap becomes clear. Drive us to the cliff. Force us to stop. Then close in. We turn. Kerith decides. Break through their line. Fight, if we have to. Which direction? I ask. He points. There. The gap between 2 cents, small but present. We run straight through. Don't stop for anything. And if they're there, then we fight. No other options. No better plans. We turn. Run toward the gap. Fast as we can. The forest opens slightly. Easier running. Moonlight filtering through. Then I see him. Waira. Massive. Standing in our path. Heartlight burning pure red. Claws extended. Waiting. There! Lissa screams. Kerith doesn't slow. Doesn't stop. Just runs straight at him. They collide. Violence and bone and fury. Keep running! Kerith roars at us. Thorin hesitates, torn between flight and helping. Go! Kerith throws the converted Waira aside. Get them out! Thorin grabs both of us, pulls us forward, around the fight, into the forest beyond. Behind us, sounds of combat. Brutal. Desperate. We can't leave him! I'm trying to break free of Thorin's grip. We have to! He's dragging us forward. He's buying us time! No! But Thorin is stronger, faster. He pulls us away from the fight, deeper into the forest. Lisa is crying. I'm screaming. Neither of us can break his grip. We run, and run, and run. Finally Thorin stops. Releases us. We're at the edge of a ravine. Deep, steep sides. Rushing water far below. The cliff they were herding us toward. We're trapped, Lissa says. No. Thorin is looking along the edge. There, a path down. Narrow, but possible. What about Kerith? I demand. If he survives, he'll track us. If he doesn't... Thorin stops. Then we need to survive for him. I'm not leaving him. You already did. His voice is hard, honest. He made that choice. Don't waste it. I want to argue, want to run back, want to help. But I hear sounds behind us. More pursuit. Multiple Waira closing in. Down, Thorin says. Now, both of you. The path is barely visible in the moonlight. Narrow. Treacherous. Lisa starts down first. I follow, Thorin last. Above us I hear them arrive, hear movement, voices. But they don't follow down the path. Too narrow. too dangerous, too easy to defend from below. We climb down in darkness, hands and feet finding purchase, barely. Halfway down I hear a sound from above that makes my blood freeze. A howl, Waira. Agonized, cut short. Kerith, I whisper. But I don't know if it was him. Don't know if he's alive or dead. Don't know anything. We reach the bottom, the ravine floor, water rushing beside us. This way, Thorin says. We follow the water. It'll hide our scent, make us harder to track. We have to go back for him. If he's alive, he'll find us. If he's dead... Thorin looks at me. Then going back gets you killed too. I want to hate him for the logic, for the cold pragmatism. But he's right. And I hate that most of all. We move through the ravine, following water, trying to survive. Above us, on the cliff edge, I see movement. Shapes against the moon. Watching. Waiting. Not following. Just watching us run, knowing we have nowhere left to go.
Chapter 28. Kerith. I survived the fight. Barely. The converted Waira was good. Trained. Committed. Fought without hesitation or mercy. But I'm older. More experienced. More desperate. I kill him. Throat torn out. Heart light extinguished. The second one, smarter, retreats when he sees his partner fall. Melts back into the forest rather than face me alone. I don't pursue. Can't. I'm bleeding from multiple wounds. Ribs cracked. Shoulder dislocated. But alive. I follow Elira's scent. Thorin's. Lissa's. Down into the ravine. Through the water. East along the bottom. Blood loss slows me. Makes everything harder. But I keep moving. Have to reach them. Have to survive. Dawn breaks gray and cold. I'm still following their trail. Still moving. My wounds are healing. Waira recover fast. But not fast enough. I'm weak. Compromised. Vulnerable. Then I hear voices ahead. I move carefully. Could be anyone. Could be converts tracking them. But it's them. All three. Huddled against a rock face. Exhausted. Terrified. Elira sees me first. Kerith! She's running toward me before I can speak. Crashes into me. Nearly knocks me over. You're alive, gods, you're alive. Barely. My voice is rough. But yes. Thorin approaches more carefully. Studies my wounds with a predator's eye. You killed him, he says. Not a question. Yes. And the other? Ran. Thorin nods slowly. Something like respect in his posture. You survived alone against two converts, that's... luck, desperation, experience. I lean against Elira. Not skill. Still alive counts for something. Lissa is checking my wounds with careful hands. These need attention. You're still bleeding. I'll heal. Not if you keep moving like this. But we don't have a choice. We're miles from the fort, but not far enough. Never far enough. We need to keep moving, I say. Find somewhere defensible. Rest properly. Can you travel? Thorin asks. I have to. We move together. Slower now. My wounds limiting our pace, but moving. By midday, we find a spot. Dense undergrowth. Good sight lines. Defensible if it comes to that. We settle in and Lissa tends my wounds properly. Cleaning. Binding. What little she can do with limited supplies. Elira stays close, her hand finding mine whenever possible, needing the contact, the proof I'm alive. I thought you were dead, she whispers when the others are occupied. That sound, the howl, I thought... Not me, the one I killed. I wanted to come back. I know, Thorin was right to stop you. She's quiet, then... We can't keep doing this. No. Running, being hunted, barely surviving. No. She looks at me. Then we stop. Yes. The word hangs between us. Simple. Absolute. Thorin approaches and we include him in the conversation. What happened back there, he says, was coordinated, professional. They herded us like prey. Because we are prey, I say, to them, to the ideology. We're just targets waiting to be eliminated. So what do? Lissa asks. We stop being prey. Elira's voice is firm, certain. We become hunters. All three of them look at her, then at me. She's right, I say. We can't keep running, can't keep hiding, can't keep barely surviving. So we what? Thorin asks. Become like them? Join the ideology? No, I lean forward despite the pain. We become what we actually are. Predators, but not their kind. Our kind. What's the difference? They hunt to purge, to eliminate weakness, to spread ideology. I pause. We hunt to survive, to protect what matters, to stop being victims. Thorin is silent, thinking. Then, that's a dangerous line. Everything is dangerous now. Elira's voice is steady. But I'd rather die fighting than die running. We're too wounded, Lissa says practically. Too exhausted. We can't fight like this. No, I agree. Not yet. We need time. To heal. To prepare. To plan properly. And then? Thorin asks. Then we go back. Back where? To the fort. I meet his eyes. To end this. The silence is heavy. That's suicide, Lissa says quietly. Maybe. I don't soften it. But running is slower suicide. At least this way we choose how we die. Or how we survive, Elira adds. Thorin looks at Lissa, some silent communication passing between them. Then he nods. How long do we need? He asks. A week, maybe less, for my wounds to heal properly, for all of us to rest and prepare. And then we go after Malachor. Yes. 4 of us against a fortress and however many converts he has. Yes. Those are terrible odds. I know. Thorin actually smiles, grim and dark but genuine. At least we'll die doing something. Or we win, Elira says. Or we win. We settle in for recovery. Days pass. My wounds heal. Waira regeneration is remarkable when given time and rest. But more than physical healing happens. We train. All 4 of us. Coordination. Tactics. Learning to fight together instead of separately. Thorin and I still circle each other. Still maintain distance when possible. But we're learning to work as unit. To use each other's strengths. To cover weaknesses. The women train too. Not fighters by nature but learning. Adapting. Becoming dangerous in their own right. We're different beings than we were a week ago. Than we were when we fled the fort in terror. We're not converts. Not ideology followers. Not disciples of Malachor's twisted strength. But we're not prey anymore either. We're something else. Something new. Something forged by desperation and choice and the refusal to just lie down and die. We're hunters. And by the end of the week, we're ready. My wounds are healed. All of us are rested. Fed. Prepared. We gather in the center of our hiding spot, and the decision is made without words. It's time. We leave at dusk, I say. Travel through the night. Reach the fort area by dawn. Scout. Find our opportunity. And if there's no opportunity, Lissa asks. We make one. Thorin checks his claws, tests their sharpness. We're really doing this. Yes. Good. He looks at me. At Elira. At Lissa. Better to die trying than die hiding. We prepare through the afternoon, gathering what little we have. Weapons, supplies, resolve. As dusk approaches, we stand together. 4 beings about to walk into almost certain death. Whatever happens, Elira says, we face it together. Together, Lissa agrees. Together, Thorin echoes. Together, I finish. We leave our hiding spot as darkness falls. moving with purpose, with certainty, with the absolute knowledge that this is the right choice even if it's the last one we make. We're not running anymore. We're hunting. And if we die, at least we'll die as what we are. Predators, not prey. The corruption is complete. The transformation finished. We're ready for whatever comes next, even if it kills us.
Chapter 29, Elira. He's almost healed. A week of recovery, and Kerith looks like himself again, strong, whole, ready. We leave for the fort today. Whatever fate waits there, we'll face it together. I enter our space in the cave and find him awake, sitting up, the dim morning light catching the planes of his skeletal frame. He looks like his old self, the predator I chose, the monster who claimed me. He smiles when he sees me, pulls back the furs that cover him, reveals himself, hard, ready, wanting. Oh, how I have missed this. I move to him without hesitation, without words, just need and desire and the knowledge that this might be our last chance. I move to him without hesitation, without words, just need and desire and the knowledge that this might be our last chance. Kerith's heartlight pulses brighter as I approach, that golden glow illuminating the cave like a promise of heat in the chill morning.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 30. Kerith. We leave today, she asks. Yes, I reply. Her hand traces patterns on my ribs. Small, warm, alive. Are you ready? She asks. No. The honesty is easy now. But we're doing it anyway. She's quiet against me. Then, I'm not afraid anymore. Good. Is that good? Yes. I pull her closer. Fear kept us running. Now we're done running. We might die today. Probably. And you're okay with that? I think about the question. About the fort. About Malachor standing on those walls. About everything we've survived to get here. I'm okay with choosing, I say finally. Dying on our terms instead of theirs. That's enough. She kisses my jaw. Then let's go choose. We rise. Dress. Join the others. Thorin and Lissa are already prepared. Weapons checked. Supplies minimal. Both of them wearing the same expression we must have. Acceptance. Determination. The look of beings who've made peace with death. Ready? Thorin asks. Yes. We leave the cave. 4 hunters moving with purpose toward the thing that's hunted us. The journey takes most of the day. We move carefully but not fearfully. Staying hidden but not cowering. We're different beings than we were 2 weeks ago. Prey doesn't walk toward the predator. But we're not prey anymore. As afternoon fades to evening, we approach the ridge, the familiar territory, the place where we watched converts kneel and enter and emerge changed. I signal to slow down. We're close now, in their territory. Then I smell it. Smoke. Not cooking fires. Something massive. Do you smell that? Elira whispers behind me. Yes. We move forward carefully. Through the trees. Toward where the fort should be visible. The glow appears first. Orange. Flickering against the darkening sky. Then we see it. The fort is burning. We break into a run. Abandoning stealth. Racing toward the flames. The clearing opens before us and the heat hits like a wall. The entire structure is engulfed. Flames reaching 30 feet high, walls collapsing inward, watchtowers crumbling, wood snapping and exploding in the inferno, screams from inside, brief, terrible, ending quickly. We stop at the edge of the clearing, the heat too intense to approach closer. "What happened?" Lissa asks. I study the fire, the patterns, the way it's burning. "Deliberate," I say. "This wasn't an accident." "Who would—" Elira stops. "Malachor? Maybe." We circle the perimeter, staying back from the heat, searching for any sign of escape, any tracks leading away from the inferno. Nothing. The gates are closed, sealed. No one fleeing. No bodies outside the walls. Just fire, consuming everything. "He's in there," Thorin says. "He has to be." "Or he escaped," Lissa counters. "Before it started." I keep searching, keep looking for any evidence. But there's nothing. No tracks. No scent trails leading away. Just the fort burning and the screams fading and the heat driving us back. We watch through the night, unable to approach, unable to confirm, unable to do anything but witness. The fort burns for hours, walls collapsing, structure failing, everything consumed by flames that seem impossibly hot, impossibly thorough. By dawn, it's mostly embers, smoking ruins. The monument to Malachor's ideology reduced to ash and bone. We move closer now, the heat manageable, searching the ruins for any sign of survivors. Nothing moves, nothing lives, just death and destruction, and the smell of burned wood and flesh. "No one survived this," Thorin says. "I want to argue, want to say Malachor could have escaped, could be out there somewhere, still hunting, still spreading his ideology. But I've searched every approach, every possible escape route, and there's nothing. No, I finally agree. No one could survive that." Elira moves beside me. "Is it over?" I look at the ruins, at the ash, at the end of everything we feared. "Maybe." The word hangs there, uncertain, cautious, because we don't know, can't know. Malachor might be dead in those ruins, or he might have escaped before the fire, might be out there somewhere watching us watch his monument burn. But there's no evidence either way, just ash and hope. "We should go," Lissa says quietly, "before anyone comes to investigate." She's right. If converts come, if other Waira see us here. We turn away from the ruins, from the smoking remains of Malachor's fortress, from the end, or not, of everything. And we walk back into the forest, 4 hunters who came to kill and found only ashes. 4 beings who survived by becoming something else, something harder, something that hunts instead of hides. We're changed, transformed, no going back to what we were, but we're alive. And the fort, the symbol of everything that hunted us, is gone. If Malachor died in those flames, if the ideology burns with him, then maybe we're free. If he escaped, if he's still out there somewhere, then the war continues. But for now, for this moment, we survived. We walk deeper into the forest, away from the ruins, away from the death, away from everything, hoping, just hoping, that it's finally over.